Meeting to order. Just an announcement that John Moss and Jessica Abbott are away on vacation, but we are ready to proceed.
And thank you, Mayor. And since everything that we do here in informal session is televised and recorded, the missing council members will have an opportunity to hear the discussions that we'll have today. And I appreciate the council dedicating their entire afternoon and evening to the city's business. When you have so many things going on in an exciting city like we have, plus trying to put together a $2 billion budget, it is the work and the toils that you have before you. So let us begin. We have several briefings today, Mayor and members of council, and we are going to start out with two of them on public safety issues. The first one, and Steve Cover is going to be our lead briefer here. He's here with his team that have been looking at public safety compensation, and we'll lead out with that as he assumes the podium here. I just remind you of the memorandum, that the letter that I provided you in Friday's packet. That was to prepare you for this discussion. It references a series of memorandums that I've been providing the members of council over the last several weeks, updates on various information. And hopefully you had a chance to relook at that information that you've been receiving over the last couple of weeks. And with that as a lead-in, fresh back from Aruba, I'd like to reintroduce you to my deputy city manager. First time he's been to the island, so he had an experience. I'm just really pleased that he returned to do the city's work. So, Steve, take it away.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. This is the greatest city in the world. That's one thing you do find out when you go away. So I was happy to come back. So we are going to brief you this afternoon on public safety salary compression and some of the work group's recommendations to address that. As you well know, we've been working on this for some time now, and we want to present you what the work group has been working on. The manager put this work group together to look at what we're doing and try to come up with a process that's sustainable, that uses our available resources wisely, offers some predictability, which is obviously a big issue with our employees and personnel, and it provides clarity to the organization as well. The members of the work group, all the public safety chiefs, as well as our 911 director and Ms. Hilliard, our HR director, and Mr. Edwards from her staff and Ms. Copen from her staff, as well as Jonathan Hobbs from our budget office. So before discussing our current proposal, I want us to keep in mind that there have been other efforts to address salary compression within public safety over the past years. One of the first adjustments was provided in 1997, and we have now implemented horizontal and vertical compression adjustments 14 times. The vertical methodology has been focused on determining the highest salary within the lower rank, and with the goal of moving the supervisor's salary $1 above that highest paid employee in that lower rank. So at this point, we have spent some $25 million to address salary compression. So some of the concerns with this methodology is it addresses salary compression, but only for a point in time, that specific point in time. As soon as you have another promotion after that adjustment, it can cause vertical salary compression to recur, and we've got examples of that happening as we speak. The supervisor receives the compensation adjustment even if the lower rank had a specialty title. In the fire department, for example, the title of medic that the supervisor may not have had. And there's no recognition of the value of the tenure in that lower rank personnel in comparison to that new supervisor. We think that's important for our senior operating corps level employees. They are very important in our equation as we deliver services. And it's costly to maintain the way we've been doing it. As you well know, it takes a lot of money to to address this process. So under this most current vertical compression methodology, the compression amount was based, as I said before, on that highest paid employee in that lower rank. Some recent salary efforts that we've done, we presented to you back in July, a very similar recommendation. We've got some changes, some adaptations that we're going to present to you today. The council chose not to use that method and chose to use the previous methodology. So that $1 above that highest paid person in that lower rank, and that cost us $1.6 million back in July when we did that. And you can see across the organization, it impacted 250 employees citywide, 68 public safety employees. That average increase was just over $5,000, and the highest adjustment was $19,573. In September of last year, we also worked on horizontal compression adjustments, and that was, the methodology there was $100 per year in title to help move that person across that pay band. That cost us almost $2 million, impacted some 2,700 employees citywide, just over 1,000 public safety employees. That average increase was $568, and the highest amount was $1,000. So the current status of the salary compression in public safety, we've got, as I said before, that point in time method. As soon as you do that, the next promotions, you're going to have people compressed. Currently, we've got 5 newly promoted police sergeants. They are compressed, and 8 new fire captains compressed by master firefighter medics. Vertical adjustments have resulted in new horizontal compression also with those recent promotions. So what happens there is you have an employee that's promoted to a higher rank, for example, say a captain in fire moving to the battalion chief level. At that higher level, he's going to, or she is going to impact somebody that's already in that rank, that's been in that rank previously. They're going to bump up against, or maybe even in some cases surpass that person. So that horizontal compression is accelerated with this method. And you can see same thing happens in the higher ranks. So what we wanted to show to you is where our employees fall across the pay ranges. So we divided it into quartiles. So as you can see, at the fire captain rank, for example, there are 8 captains in that first quartile of that pay range. The majority are in that 3rd and 4th quartile, and that is a result of vertical compression upgrades that were enacted last year and the years prior. You can see the same thing with the first line supervisors in police. The bulk of those individuals are in the 3rd and 4th quartile of that salary band.
Those are police sergeants.
Yes, sir. As you can see, in the master firefighter rank and the master police officer rank, you have a more evenly dispersed range of employees across all quartiles of the pay range. So this chart here depicts the relationship between salary and time and title. So what that means is if you would think about someone being in title early in the band, then they would have a higher number here, and if that salary would correspond with that. If they are in the band for a short period of time and have a higher salary, that's where you'll have a lower quartile. Mr. Edwards, he's in the room somewhere, I'm sure. Did I explain that properly?
Yes. So read the bottom line.
Yeah, the higher correlation values indicate a stronger relationship between salary and time and title. So, for example, a sergeant or a captain, you can see the lower numbers there. That correlates to the previous slide where most of those first line supervisors are in the higher ends of their pay bands.
Okay, got a question from Mr. Wood.
I was looking through this before, and I still don't understand these numbers. I don't know what they mean, because I don't see them lining up with this other chart.
Let me have the clicker. All right,
Explain to me what the numbers mean. I mean, so
got it.
is a 1.0, what does that mean?
all right. When you look at a master firefighter, you look at the distribution in the quartiles.
Right?
So what that's telling you is you have some newly promoted master firefighters at 6 years, and you see some that have 10 years, and you see some that are moving forward with the metric, with the merit raises that are getting them into the third quartile, and then those that have been here a long time, they've received all those pay raises over those years, well over 10% just since we've come out of the recession.
I
They've
get
moved
that.
across
I
that.
don't
So
understand the mix.
let me just keep you on the master, make sure that you're seeing the distribution. So if you go to the next chart and you look at the master right here, you can see the higher correlations, meaning that there's a distribution of their time in rank associated with their salary. The higher the ratio in the 90s and the upper 80s, the more correlation, meaning that they're getting the appropriate salary for the appropriate time that they've been in that rank. What you see with regards to brand new individuals at the police officer, brand new individuals at the firefighter, meaning they are in the first quartiles. Meaning you have a very high correlation. They're making the appropriate salary for the appropriate time that they've been on the job.
What is the negative one there?
So that's for the EMS brigade chief, and that's a out of the norm number. It represents a small pool, which includes a member whose salary was at maximum of the lower range that moved into the next level. It's a one-off, so don't get hooked on that. Outlier, that's the word I was looking for, thank you.
So let's take a look at the captains, fire captains and police sergeants. These are the ones that you have spent so much energy making those one-time adjustments over the many years to bring them to a salary that's above the master, the senior master person in the entire department. All those captains, all those sergeants get to move in salary above that one senior master person or multiple master sergeant, master police officers or master firefighter that have capped out on their salary. You're moving them to in such a fashion that you're catapulting their salaries to the third and the fourth, and many of these are topped out quartiles, to the third, to the third and the fourth quartiles. Now, I need you to circle these numbers in your head. Smaller number, bigger number, fire. Bigger number, sergeants, smaller number, but they're still in the third and fourth. Now watch how the correlation adjusts accordingly. When you're talking about fire, you have, as you can see, you have a much lower number because you have a bigger number in the fourth quartile than police have in the fourth quartile, which reflects that they're making more money, more salary, than they are having time in that title, and the correlation is disjointed. So once again, and what this is doing is it's showing the calibration of the correlation to show you that this actually works. Meaning that, once again, police sergeants more in the third, which means their correlation should be higher than fire, where there's less in the third. And when you go to the chart, it reflects that.
Okay, so we want it to be 1.0, right?
Oh, yeah, but
But that's the goal.
you want to be, as I had,
The higher number.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out the math here. So
Yep.
1.0 would be perfect.
Right on the money.
Okay, got it.
so to jump ahead,
Salary versus time and title, sorry, boss.
okay, you're good. So just to jump ahead, to get exactly what the vice mayor is trying to allude to is, you want to get your chart in the fire captain And in the police sergeant, you want a distribution like this. You want a brand new fire captain to be in the first quartile. You want him to get his 10% so that he gets a bump on promotion and be in the first quartile. Then with our professional development, and I'm jumping ahead because he's going to brief it to you in a second to tell you what the recommendation you've been reading about. In the next year, he gets 50% bump towards midpoint. Midpoint is right there between the second and the third quartile. And so he's sitting right here. And he will move, depending on how senior, if he's a brand new fire captain, he's only been in like 9 years and he got promoted because he's really hot stuff, he'll probably stay in that first quartile with that bump. When he gets this, on the third year, when he gets 50% of the remainder to midpoint, he's going to be in the second quartile. If he gets a merit, he's going to jump to the third. But you're going to have a distribution of first year captains, second year captains, third year captains, and then in their fourth year, they definitely have moved into this quartile. And the same thing will happen with the police sergeants. And there's a professional development aspect to it. So I'm going to let Steve grab that with you to try to get a correlation between what we're paying our public safety employees and still give them professional development to incentivize them to achieve, to get promoted, and to be leaders, because it's hard to become a leader in public safety. Here's your clip.
Thanks. That's good. Howard's got me. Okay, so what we wanted to focus on with our work group was these three primary components. Placement on the pay range, we just went through there. Merit increases and how that affects that progress across those ranges, and our professional development plans, which we're gonna talk to you about here as we move forward. So we want to ensure the public safety supervisors reach the midpoint of their assigned pay range within 3 years following promotion to that supervisory title. That's what we're looking at. That was the plan that we envisioned. The city council approved merit increases will again help meet that midpoint goal, because as merit increases are given to the employees, that's going to help progress them across that pay range title through those quartiles that we had up there. We have been lucky, blessed, and able to provide merit increases since 2019 on a regular basis. 3% is proposed this year in the manager's budget, and merit increases have been provided every year since Mr. Hanson has been our manager. So here's an example of how we're going to envision this occurring. So using a fire captain, the pay range, the midpoint of that pay range is $74,963. For example, in this example that we've provided, promoted to fire captain in December. So his salary or her salary upon promotion was $65,540. So July of 2019, that individual, that employee will get a 3% merit increase. That will bump that salary to $67,790. That difference from that midpoint is just over $7,000. 50% is $3,587. So that would be given to that employee to bring them halfway there. That would make...
When does that happen?
That would happen in July, correct? Yes.
Of 20.
Yes, sir. That's the next line. Yes, sir. So that would bring them to 71,377 in a year's time. Then they'll get a 2% merit. We're just trying to forecast what that merit will be in the following year. That's a difference of the just over $2,000 that employee to get them to that halfway. So their new salary will be $74,963. So as you can see in this example, it only took 18 months for that person to get to that mid-range of that level. So when we look at horizontal compression, we said, okay, what if we can take a look at what our police department has done with professional development across their department? So, we want to think about utilizing that same process in both fire and EMS. And what that does is that allows 2 functioning levels prior to becoming a master firefighter or police officer. So what that would do is that would give you that individual would move a 5% increase at year 3 instead of year 6, because that's how it currently is. You would get a 10% at year 6. In this instance, the 3-year employee would get that 5% increase at year 3, and there would have to be some measurable criteria for that individual to get that bump. I'll provide an example here in a minute of that, but it's not just a gimme. That individual is going to have to hit some core criteria to get that 5% pay bump at year 3. Examples, the police officer 1 and police officer 2 levels have been created in this past year's budget. We had 72 officers successfully complete that process, that testing process, and we had an 86% pass rate for them to be able to get that pay increase. So what you get there is you get, as I said before, it's not an automatic gimme, and you get a little bit of return on your investment in that person is learning and providing additional measures and criteria, skill sets to their job as they're operating.
You explain,
Yeah, go ahead, Louis.
Yes, sir.
what's the criteria?
So, for example, in the police department, they are, same thing in the fire department. To promote to captain, you have to take an exam. So, a portion of those qualifications, we're gonna look at splitting those at the 3-year mark versus the 6-year mark. So, I'll let the chief talk about what he did in police in terms of what benchmarks he looked for in the police model. In the fire model, for example, you could look at, okay, within 3 years, I want you to become a driver pump operator. The first few years of your job, we want you to focus on, fire service delivery and EMS service delivery. By year 3, you should be able to pump and drive and operate a fire truck, which is, a pretty big task for folks to learn and give them time to do that over that 3-year period. Does that make sense to you, sir?
It's a written test, Steve?
Yes, sir. And you have a pass-fail rate, and you progress based on being able to display those skills and pass the test. So moving forward, we're looking at eliminating the medic classification in the fire department, and what we would propose is provide the firefighters and the master firefighters, wherever they are in their range, a 10% base pay increase upon obtaining that advanced life support certification. And then for credentialed master firefighters who are approaching that maximum end of their pay range, we're proposing giving them a stipend up to $3,900 to keep them in the process, in the program, providing that service. We think that that will increase that retention rate in those senior levels where that service is being provided. So we can we're looking at applying these same proposed midpoint methodologies to the employees in the non-public safety supervisory titles as well. This will require a potential future code change in that not all promotions in the rest of the city, as they are in public safety, are 10% pay bumps. Some of them are only 5% in other departments in the city. So we'll have to work through that in the future. So let's talk about the advantages of the proposal that we're putting forth. It focuses on the supervisor's position in the pay range rather than the salary of those that report to them. It provides clarity across the board to all of the personnel in public safety, the city manager, and the city council. And it accepts that employees, there may be some senior tenured employees that may have a higher salary than the supervisors for a short period of time. That happens many times in the military, for example. It provides an added level of predictability, which is desired by our public safety personnel, and we can all understand that. And the pay adjustments use available resources, we feel, a little more adequately here. Will not be providing those $20,000 almost adjustments as we have in the past. Because of that, it's a little more sustainable in the long term, we think. You add that with the predictability piece, you're looking at, we estimate about $300,000 annually to sustain that proposal across the years. Some challenges, it's dependent on the ability of you all, our city, to be able to afford to give merit increases through the years as we progress forward. And it's a change from the way we've been doing business. So with that, we're, between myself and the team, we will try to entertain any questions or comments that you may have.
Okay, any questions or comments? Question for me. How is the term appropriate salary determined?
I might have to rely on my human resources director.
While they're contemplating that, I will respond by saying we have established pay ranges. The statistical two charts that we gave you there, Mr. Moss asked us to provide an analysis of the distribution and to provide us a statistical correlation between the rank that you have and the amount of money that you're provided. We established a very wide range of a very wide between low and maxed out range associated with that. Full public safety LEO benefits are achieved after 25 years of service. We want to incentivize our workforce. We want to incentivize our citizens to become public safety officials. We want them to aspire to be police officers and sheriff's deputies and firefighters. We want them to have this predictability. We want to be able to move them through the range. As your manager of all these departments, I would like to see them be able to reach the maximum of their range in the 25th year of their service. I don't think that creating a pay system that gives them a maxed out salary in 15 or 18 years provides a fair and equitable distribution of the public's money to the amount of time and effort that you have served in delivering your services. That's why we have a wide range. And those are exceptional salaries that we're providing them when they get maxed out. All of you provided the actual numbers that our public safety earned in calendar year 2018. And so if you move them through the quartiles and they perform admirably and they maintain their rank, and we're able, because our economy allows us to give all our employees, not just our public safety, but all our employees, from the folks that clean the beaches and do the landscaping to the engineers and accountants that keep the good order and meet the generally accepted accounting principles that we're required to manage the city by. You have a fair distribution of public money to provide salaries. And so moving them along in a predictable, professional manner, that we are ensuring that professional development is of those people performing these very delicate and unique and super important responsibilities on the street. You're not just giving them money because somebody else has a higher salary than you and you're a brand new individual, and because this guy makes more than you, you get a $7,000, $9,000, $10,000, $19,000 up in your salary, and you have no time in that grade. That does not make for a better force. It does not use the public's money wisely, nor does it get a return on your investment. And so we have ample ranges. moving them through that range by accelerating their 3-year professional development, 5% increase, compounded on merits over the life, gets them into this category where they receive maximum benefits upon retirement. And you have to stay 3 years to get your 3 highest salaries, as you all know, for that retirement. So hitting it at 25, staying 26, staying 27, average firefighter, police officer, somewhere between 22 and 25 years old, getting through the academy. Say they're on the upper range of 25. You stay for 27 years, you're 52 years old, you're still a very effective firefighter and police officer out there. You're maximized, and you have a higher retirement ratio than everybody else in the city. As you know, Leos get a higher ratio of a multiplier for retirement, and you're a 25-year guy, whereas everybody else is a 30-year guy. So it's a very equitable return on someone choosing that line of employment to support our city.
Right. And I appreciate a lot of the effort that was put in here, but the one thing I just want to clarify, we got to make sure that this fixes the problem that has been perceived among, especially the rank and file.
Yes, sir.
The lesser offers. So I really think that we have to vet this forward, continue discussion, refine and come out with a win-win we could all live with.
Yes, sir. I will also tell you, it also has a very strong positive towards recruitment. And I would ask the chief to take the podium, if I may, just for a second, to talk about this professional development, what it does in moving the lower time and service employees along faster, so that they have an opportunity to, first of all, remain studious in their art and their profession, but secondly, to increase at the lower rank. You can see your captains and your sergeants are already in the 3rd and 4th quartile. I mean, I don't know how much more money you want to give them. Unfortunately, the teaching point on the charts for the council was, as soon as you made that one time, 8 fire captains and 4 police sergeants didn't get and so we need to create a system going forward that we never have to entertain the one-timers again, and that you have a guaranteed professional development system that enables those people to make a choice. I want to be a cop, and I know what that salary is going to be, and if I keep my nose clean and learn my profession, I'm doing this. And this guy's been busting us for since I've known him for 14 years to do this. Tell us why we should do this, Chief.
What it does, a recruit in the academy comes out of the academy and they're given a pay increase in the police department. But there's another 17 weeks of field training that they then have to go through. They get through all their, they get the pay increase after the 17 weeks. We get all that done. Then the master police officer position that we've had ever since I've been a police officer here was basically you passed one written test one time, you got a minimum score, and you were given a 10% pay increase. That worked in that day. What we have today is police officer comes out, and for that first 3 years, they are still in a training and development phase. And we put a lot of emphasis on that at the command level. This young police officer is learning, they're developing, give them some of the skills that they need. They are then given a written exam at year 3, the same written exam that master police officer used to take. There are a few other criteria that they must pass, plus the written exam. They are then given the 5% increase, or half of the master police officer increase. From that point forward, there's a number of criteria that the officer must meet: certifications, extra assignments, job enhancement, not just extra assignments, but enhancing what you're doing, a time in the detective bureau, a time in special operations, radar certification, breathalyzer certification, crime scene officer certification, pick a topic that we have, CIT certification. We have a series of this criteria. You meet all this criteria. Now, the beautiful part about that is the responsibility on the officer to be developed, but there's also responsibility on the commanders to make sure that those officers have those available criteria to meet. In other words, we cannot just brush it off. That's their career. At year 6, you meet all that criteria, you're a well-rounded officer, you truly are a master police officer. You've mastered your craft. And at that point, it will be the second part of the master police officer designation or career development. First of all, the young officers that have just passed this last exam, and Mr. Cover explained we had an 86% pass rate, and I reviewed all the scores, and those that did not pass really didn't pass. They did not put that effort into it. Those who did, the morale was extremely positive to hear from them that they will be getting this kind of an increase, and they're very excited about what the next 3 years hold. So we are getting a better rounded police officer, a little bit more return on our investment for that extra 10% criteria that we're giving.
Aaron?
So is the pay increase, is it just for captains and master sergeants, the majority of the pay increase, is it? Or for the everyday 9-to-5 cops who just?
Right, so the vertical is for the officers predominantly. The horizontal takes care of the rank and file across the range. So that workforce development plan is focused on that horizontal compression issue across the rank and file.
So, but will this, I guess the larger increase be at the top than, so the majority of the rank and file officers are in the bottom?
Not necessarily. It has been in the past. The way we have done it in the past, it certainly has been that way. To bring the first line supervisor to $1 above the highest paid subordinate. That did increase the supervisor's salary more so ratio-wise than the rank and file.
But that's not what we're doing now.
We think this is going to help fix that. Yes, sir.
So what I think is going to happen, Councilman Rouse, is these firefighters and these police officers that are getting this increase of 5%, generally, they very seldom even move out of the first quartile. There's a chance that based on merit increases, with the 5% added, then the 3% that will come in this year, there's a potential that they could begin to move into this. Now, we're going to move this pay entry range to remain competitive to attract new officers to come in and apply to be in the academy. But the reality is, I think once they get a 2% in the year after that, for the first time ever, you're probably going to see them move into the second quartile associated with the initial police officers, the initial firefighters. These master police officers, because it's going to compound them as they move in, because they got the 5% 3 years earlier compounded, you're going to start to move more of these from the initial now into the second, and you're going to see a greater distribution across the quartile for a career. So if you're spending 25 years as a master police officer, not moving to the supervisory ranks, you're going to start to see a distribution that should look like what it ought to look like associated with their time and service to the amount of salary. And then what will happen right here is, if you make this decision for the FY20 budget, these newly promoted sergeants will get a 50% adjustment to their mid-range, and they'll move with that 3%. They'll move from here into the second quartile. The newly promoted sergeants that will come off the list because of retirements, they'll move into the first quartile. These guys will all move into the second quartile, and then in their second year, they're going to get the other 50%. These are the ones that have currently been already received their 10% promotion to that. What will happen for these that become a police sergeant, they will get 10% in the first year. They will get 50% of the way to the mid-year in the second year, so they'll move into the second quartile. And in the third year, they will get the second 50% to get to mid-year, and as soon as they get a merit raise at the next pay, they're in the third quartile.
I mean, to me, that's important as well, that obviously our officers who are having a chance to move up should be rewarded as well. But also make sure we're not forgetting our rank and file guys who are every day on the street. you know, guys, and all the officers are, but just making sure that the majority of the guys as well are seeing increases, and we're not just concentrating solely at the top of the supervisor scale, as well as our firemen as well.
So, you know, when should you start to think about hitting the midpoint of being, you know, this senior police officer, not a supervisor, senior master police officer? You should start to say, can you reach your midpoint of being a master police officer at the 10th year of service? Can you do that? And our numbers are saying, and we're gonna keep providing you information over the next 2 weeks as you all think about this. We're gonna run a whole bunch of numbers for you to show you what this professional development system does, what the merit does, and when they start reaching, what we're gonna be able to do, because we've heard the rank and file, they'd like to see reaching the midpoint of being that master in that 10th year, 9th or 10th year, and depends on timing of the graduation versus when you got your merits, and as long as the economy sustains itself and we can afford to provide merit raises across all the employees of the city, it becomes an affordable move that will get them to their midpoint as a master police officer. And that's where I think you're addressing, Mr. Rouse.
Hey, Barbara,
so-
and then Sabrina.
I'm sorry, just if I could, just to add on to that point from Mr. Rouse. So in the past, for that horizontal, we were doing $100 per year in that grade. This workforce development plan, it really motivates and moves that along that line way faster. But there's a return on the investment. You've got a better trained, credentialed person delivering that service at that operating core. That's important.
Barbara?
That's the thought I wanted to follow up on, this training and so forth. There's so many things that are required for each of these things to each of these departments. And, you know, we expect so much, and they have to be ready to face any kind of situation. So the training is absolutely critical, and that's good to know. And I know y'all do this on an ongoing basis. And it's important that once we get these people so well trained, that somebody else doesn't pick them off for another job someplace.
Right.
So the ongoing payment to make sure we're rewarding those people is a very
That's that
important part of
retention
it.
piece that we're very
Retention piece that's really important.
concerned about. Yes, ma'am.
So,
And across all of public safety, our training is ongoing, it's verifiable, and it's documented across all public safety agencies, day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year. That is, God forbid something should occur, that is one of the first things that the OSHA personnel will come and look at is your training records, should something happen. So we are very meticulous about that. Chief, did you have a point?
If I may, the training, and it's a certification to the training also. In other words, and then you have to use that skill in the field. So we're not just saying, okay, we check a box and we move on. That officer's going to use the skill. And again, I've got a little knowledge of the fire training. They're way ahead of the curve of most other places when it comes to the training abilities as well as our EMS folks. And I really think that it will retain a young officer to want to stay on. I think it gives somebody something to look forward to, and not everybody could be a supervisor. So if you're not in that supervisory rank, but you've mastered the skill and you use that mastery every day, I think internally it gives an intrinsic value as well as externally the financial value.
and not everybody wants to be a supervisor, but we really need those really well-trained people who are doing those things. And so this retention for all of these levels, the master levels as well as the supervisors, is really important.
Yes, ma'am. What I always refer to as the real cops who do the real job, that's exactly what you just defined.
Okay, Sabrina, then Rosemary.
And you may have already touched on this already, but I know that the $1 increase took place last year. My question is, those employees who came in after that $1 increase, will this plan address that?
Yes,
The fact
ma'am.
that they missed that?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. So what they will do, we're never gonna make up that lost opportunity, just like we're never gonna make up lost opportunity for the years that we could not provide merit increases as a city. That earning potential has been impacted. There's no question about that. But with our proposal, we are looking at getting those newly promoted supervisors to the midpoint of their range within 3 years.
Okay. Thank you.
And that's predictable. So the ones coming in behind will know within 3 years of getting that promotion, I'm going to be at least at the midpoint.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
Rosemary?
you.
I want to ask you about the tests that are given to be able to move along. And so this is kind of a two-part question. You said it's a written test, and a lot of what everybody does is physical.
That's right.
So, I mean, is there a physical aspect to
Absolutely.
it as well? And
Absolutely.
also, what is the pass rate on these tests? And is there a,
So the one that we just implemented for police was 86% pass rate, which is pretty good. It's not a gimme. You've got to study and you've got to have that skill set. Many of the testing is both hands-on and written. For example, to be an EMS medic, you've got to be able to intubate somebody. You've got to be able to perform these skill sets as well as know, okay, what's my ratio of drug mixes to apply to a patient. Same thing in police and fire. You've got to have the mental piece of it.
so much of it's
But the hands-on is truly there, and to be that firefighter first level, just like out of recruit school, there's hands-on training to get out of rookie school as well as mental testing.
So the 14% that didn't make it, what happens to them?
So in this case, there were some other outliers. There are 9 individuals that did not pass that didn't have the time and grade yet. Because this is the first year of doing it, people are going to be at different stages. So I only anticipate that pass rate going higher. So those 9 individuals will get their bump in, I believe it's June, when they hit their time and grade. Correct, Chief? Okay.
No, because they didn't pass.
They
haven't-
passed the
They
test.
just haven't put the time in yet.
They haven't hit that time benchmark yet.
Barbara, did you?
What you all are saying, though, is this isn't necessarily recession-proof. I mean, because you said this is dependent on our being able to give merits, and I know that those tough years when we were in the recession and
No
you know,
question.
everything was going down, and I think our employees were very, very kind to us to recognize that we weren't able to give merits, but we do see these long-term. But now, is there any component of this that we can do to kind of prepare for the next recession so that we'll better be able to address that? Or is it, okay, folks, this is contingent on the economy staying in the right direction?
Well, I think those of us that weathered the recession with you all recognize that we reverted to the cost of living increases. That was kind of the way we titled it when we were having those discussions. I think that was a holdover from the old days of merit under the system long before, well, not long before, because I walked in and brought a recession to you. Thank you very much, Dave. But the reality is, there were times when you were giving some really graduated merit raises, superior, and there was a time when you were given like 7 4s and 1s and crazy stuff that I've heard, and of course that catapulted a huge number of the senior people to the high end of theirs. I think we have learned that we will not revert to cost of living increases. There'll be a merit. That doesn't allow that entry level to start jumping, so that when you give a cost of living, you're moving that pay range so that that 1-year employee is now only making the same amount that a brand-new recruit's coming in, making the same amount, so you're holding that constant. You don't need to move the entry level when you're in a recession because you're not competing against an elevated economy. for people to be government employees. The reference to a merit increase is associated with if you try to set a goal that says, let's try to get those masters to the midpoint of their range in the 10th year, and then let those merits work their way to where you will at the 25th year be topped out. Those are adjustments that are really based on the public's ability to pay. One of the biggest issues that the federal government had with a step increase is that you promise the military at every 2 years you're going to do a step increase, and if the tax revenues of the federal government are such that their expenses far exceed their revenues, they just sell more bonds, print more money, and, well, we are where we are. But the city council is bound by a balanced budget, and you can only do what your economy. So in answer to your question, how might you recession-proof your city? I would tell you the tried and true response to that is, let's grow our economy.
Okay. Anybody else at this point? Let me just say that a key component of effective policy implementation is buy-in, especially by the people involved. And a key ingredient of buy-in is feedback. So once again, I think I applaud you for the efforts, but, let's, get the message out, to the rank and file, because, when I talk to a police officer or fire person or almost any employee, I just want to, and I ask them how they're doing. I want them to say, yeah, I really feel wanted and well respected by our council and the people. So if you could do that, I would appreciate it. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So staying in the public safety arena, welcome the sheriff to the bench, and Mr. Cover is going to stay at the podium. And also in Friday's packet, you received a memorandum from me that addresses the pay parity issue associated with the sheriff and the police department. And I contained in that document your resolution that was approved on the 17th day of April, 2018, that required us to conduct a study by an independent consultant and to provide the results, which you received in your packet this Friday, and then to provide you an outbrief, which we are going to do today, and then we're going to discuss the way forward. So with that as a lead-in, and I would encourage DCM Cover to lean heavily on his HR director to support both the sheriff and the police chief in explaining what the results of this study is.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Again, glad to be here to talk about this pay parity. As you all know, in 2003, there was a resolution that indicated that there would be maintained at least a 90% comparable rate between the sheriff's department and our city police department. The boss spoke to the resolution in April of last year that our sheriff's office employees should have the same hiring pay ranges, and pay increases contingent on a study concluding that such ranks are comparable. Should a pay disparity be identified, the disparity should be resolved over a period of 4 years. That's just a quick refresher of what was adopted last year. So we reached out through our HR department to a company by the name of A.J. Gallagher and Company to come in and assess what we're doing in both our sheriff's department and our police department. That final, after preliminary review, we got a couple of iterations of that report, went back and forth. We shared that with both departments, our HR department, sent that back to the consultant. Final report from that consultant was they did a site visit. They came in and gave us our final report after those meetings. What they found is there are comparable roles among 4 levels of positions: the sergeant level, the lieutenant level, the captain level, the police deputy chief level, and the chief deputy level in the sheriff's department. The study also reflects that there's some differences in the structure between the 2 organizations. There's a sergeant in the corrections in the sheriff's department that has a level of corporal between it and the entry-level sheriff's deputy, whereas in police you have a police sergeant. There's also some difference in structure above the police deputy chief level and the chief deputy level in the sheriff's department. The sheriff has an undersheriff and then 2 chief deputies below that position. There are differences in pay, supplements, and allowances. The salary structure in the sheriff's office approximately 4.9% below comparable police levels of sergeant, lieutenant, and captain. So, quite simply, they're making almost 5% less in the sheriff's office than in our police department. An average salary base in the sheriff's department among the 4 titles deemed comparable is 13.1% below the police department. So pay parity would consist of developing the same rank structure between the 2 departments with equal pay range minimums and maximums, and the preliminary implementation costs to fully align those pay ranges between police and sheriff is estimated to be just a bit above $1.5 million. Additionally, you got to take into account adding the cost to increase the sheriff's officers' supervisors' pay based on the briefing that you just had, and we estimate that to be about just under $250,000 to do that. So what we're here talking about today is first-year implementation costs. As we're in this year's budget process, the decision that the manager is going to ask from you all is how you want to move forward. As you see, that one-year fix is $1.78 million. If you want to spread it out over a 2-year period, you can see the numbers. If you spread it out over a 2-year period, a 3-year period, or a 4-year period, those are the numbers that coincide with that. So our next steps, we've got to work with HR in both departments to align that rank structure. We've got to review the allowances and the stipends in both departments for consistency, and we've got to review pay and promotion practices to ensure pay consistency is achieved and maintained across both departments. So with that, I will turn it back to you, sir.
I would like to let the sheriff, if that's okay with you, and the police chief present their thoughts, if that's acceptable to you, since they've been in the bullpen with us for quite a while on this. And I would invite Sheriff Stolley to the podium.
Thank you very much. I want to start off by thanking council for passing the resolution last April, and thank the city staff for working with us to resolve these issues. I think this is critically important for the sheriff's office, and I want to thank you. And I think that everything's been said that needs to be said. I just want to thank everybody that's been involved in the city council, the city managers, Steve, and the chief of police, and for helping us get here. And I think it's critically important for the well-being of the sheriff's office to do this, and I think it'll help us with retention and morale over there. And so I'll be happy to respond to any questions that you all have.
Lewis?
Sheriff, as the chief has stated, and Mr. Stover stated, the fire department and the police department have criteria programs upon which to base the structure that's being proposed. Do you have that?
Well, what we're going to do is we're going to go to the same structure that the police department has. That's what we've offered to do, and we want to use their career development program that they have, and so it would be identical as far as the structure is concerned. Yeah,
So the police chief has offered to make sure that, that they interface with Sheriff Stolley's department to make sure that, their career development program can be implemented there. They'll train them up, show them how they've done it.
Yeah, Barbara?
Well, it's great that we're getting this close to resolving this issue because it's been an issue for a long time. And maybe the city manager and the sheriff together can kind of address this. Where do we stand in this whole thing about the state's pay compensation? I mean, I know that you have to deal with that, and I guess this is considered our supplement to the state's plan. But, we addressed this a little bit last week with one of the courts, the Juvenile Domestic Relations Court. And somehow or other, we really, I guess what we do would be over and above whatever the state's willing to do, but it would certainly be nice if they were, I guess, willing to look at cost of living around the state for each city instead of, I guess they have to do the same thing for everybody all over the state, and that's why we get this disparity sometimes. Makes it kind of tough, but, then we're looking at these other departments like the court clerks and so forth, and how does all of this fit in? I mean, what we're doing, I guess my basic question is, we're gonna be supplementing whatever you get from the state in order to reach this level. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
kind of the-
If I can address that, I think that, and I may have a little different view than the city manager does on this, I don't know it's going to get any better. I think things are only going to get worse from the state for the compensation. And I don't want to mislead you, but I think that if you take a look at the work that a sheriff does, the sheriff's office does now, it's about 90%, 90% city-related and about 15% state-related. And they pay about 45% of the budget. And so I think it's a target out there that we need to continue to fight for state funds, and I think we will continue to fight for state funds. I think they're giving a 3% pay increase this year too, but it only covers the 3% of the pay that they're paying. So the city has to step up and cover the rest of the remainder of that 3% based on the money that you all provide us every year, the supplement. And so, Barbara, I don't know if it's going to get any better than it is right now, but, I think we have to try and target the state and try and get as much money from them as we can. And thankfully, they haven't cut back the services any more than they have. When I first got here, I took a $1.8 million cut from the state because they didn't have the resources to pay. And I lost 18 deputies that year. And so, I think it's a very good question. I don't know if I have an answer for it, though.
Keep working on the answer, right?
I will, yeah.
Okay, Jim Wood?
Not that the chief paid me to ask this question, but I noticed that there's a little bit of discrepancy at the top there going the other way.
That's right. Yeah. I think the chief is entitled to a pay raise. Yeah.
Is that contemplated in here?
No. So, Sheriff Stolley entered the position under a set of rules and a stipends that he receives, and we have, the council has taken action to say that we'll remain true to the commitment that our current sheriff has, but when the new guy comes, I'm gonna square right up with him really quick, and he's gonna know that whatever you're getting from the state, that gets put into the total, and we'll make the supplement parallel to the police chief. And
If I could follow up also, the other question I had was this list of incentives and bonuses. Now, would they stay in place, or do they go away with the parity? Sorry.
That's part of the path forward,
Yeah.
Mr. Vice Mayor. That's part of the analysis that we've got to do moving forward. HR is going to work, as I said, with both departments to have a look at that, see where that does, because that affects total compensation. You're
Yeah, because
fully
when I
right.
read this, it looks like if I'm reading it right, it looks like about 12,500 per year per employee.
If you added all of them together and everybody got them all, but that's not the case.
Okay.
may I have the clicker, please? Thank you, Sheriff. So, council, just to indulge me a second, there's a decision brief here, not today, but there's a decision brief. Your ordinance said 4-year phase-in. Mr. Bradley's here anxiously writing down numbers to figure out what we're doing to him as we get into reconciliation, because as you know, we did use the third 1% through attrition dollars, higher lag dollars. We didn't actually have the cash in the bank to do that. We're gonna use higher lag, meaning turning over 650 employees per year, budgeting for full salary. There is certainly about $4+ million in the budget associated with that 1%. And then the professional development pay compression team is burning about 1.2 million to compensate for the professional development. So we're into attrition without actually having revenues booked against it. We have fully budgeted salaries, so we're at 5.2 million, very similar to the number you used in the FY19 budget to pay for those increases and adjustments in the public safety arena. And so we're looking at how the revenue streams are moving, what the state is providing, what the impacts to the school district is, and we're compiling a list. So we will have that for your discussion to how we move forward with making adjustments to get to this pay parity that the report substantiates and that Chesapeake already has. And so I do want to give equal time to our chief, who's been a part of this discussion. So if you would indulge me, Mayor, may I ask the chief to provide his comments on this issue? Thank you.
I think there's a couple of big comments. First and foremost, police department and sheriff's department work close on a lot more issues than people really think we do. We have a total understanding as to where the entire law enforcement profession comes together and what we do. And the second thing is, and the sheriff and I have been in conversation with this professional development program that yes, sir, it's taken us a long time to get this into fruition, but the sheriff and I have already discussed how do we interface with each other to say, to take this exact program and replicate it for the sheriff's deputies. They have excellent staff. Our staff, once something in the water is over with, we will get together. That's primary right now. We'll get together and we're beginning to work on. We've already had some initial conversations. I think it'll be a seamless move right across. So, any questions for the PD? But
Barbara?
No questions, but I think the working together that you folks have done with the mental health issue is just fantastic. And I guess that really shows how these two departments can work together as well as our other folks to address an issue, and just compliment you again and thank you.
yes, ma'am, and that's one of the prime examples, the CIT. We train together. We understand where we are in the system, and then how that the sheriff's department then is in the system, and we support each other in that, because as we know, a lot of folks that we deal with not only have perpetrated a criminal event, there's also a psychological issue that goes along with it.
Okay, Louis.
Back to the sheriffs. The Jim brought up a good point, and that's these bonuses and so forth that are being paid in the sheriff's department. What's the impact going to be on those?
So as we move forward, Mr. Jones, as we move forward and we take a look at that, we're going to take all of that total compensation into play here, along with our HR department, and some of those people that they may be moved to a pay raise versus a stipend, for example, as a way to level that playing field. It's going to take some cross-cutting.
My recollection, and I could be wrong, is that some of those bonuses and so forth come about as a result of special programs in the sheriff's department. Am I wrong, or?
I think that there's about $400,000 of stipends that are spent every year in the sheriff's office. And it's for physical fitness, it's for education, and for speaking a different language. And I think those are our basic stipends over there. And I think that, you know, I'll be willing to work with the city and review those or do whatever we want to, but I think there's some of them you want to keep. I think education is a key component, and I think that maybe language is not, but you know, I don't know that we're attracting any new languages. I don't think we having anybody learn new languages. I think we attract people that have already speak two languages, and so we pay them extra for that. But I think the education stipend is important, and the physical fitness stipend is important too. But I think, you know, we're negotiable on all those.
What's the source of that funding, Ken?
I think it's we have a reserve account that we put money that we save every year in there, and that's the source of the money. Yeah.
Okay, anybody else? Barbara?
I have a question of the staff on this funding. What's the, okay, is that per year, or 1 year is this and another year is additional, but what's this projected cost? How does that shake out in what we need to put in the budget?
Okay, so that, if I may, boss, so for the one-time, one-year fix, you're looking at the 1.78 number. If
We're gonna fix it all at one time?
Yes,
so
ma'am.
We need to put 1.78 in this budget?
Yes, ma'am. If you wanted to phase it in over a 2-year period, it would be just over $1 million per year, and so on and so forth for years 3 and 4.
And our resolution in the past said we were gonna fix it all within
4 years.
4 years. Where are we in that promise? This is year 1, 2, 3.
This is year one coming. You're
Okay.
deciding year one in your current FY20 decision process.
Won't that occur during the reconciliation when we figure out what all our numbers are?
That's the plan, Ms. Wilson, is to figure out what's available, and that's why this guy's sitting on the end of the bench over here taking notes.
It's all minute.
I think he had a read ahead. I think he's got the charts. He knows what to do.
Okay, anybody else? All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody. Sheriff, thanks for coming in. Chief, appreciate you being here today. I appreciate everybody's attention. You know, for decades, the 14 years I've been here, this has been an ongoing discussion. So I sure look for a long-term fix that works, and I think we're pretty close here. We have Taylor Adams is going to provide us 2 briefings on your agenda items 1C and 1D. First one is going to be the potential sale of excess city property at Princess Anne Road, and I guess the best way to say is this is the hotel property that we have been working diligently to bring before into the public attention. This is not the public?
This is the Winterberry thing.
Oh, the Winterberry, I'm sorry. Yep, bring me back. This is gonna be the Winterberry Princess Anne. I guess I would have put Winterberry down there instead of Princess Anne. All right. Taylor, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Thank you, Mr. Hanson. So yes, we are here for a directional briefing on the proposed declaration of excess property for the development of a 3-story professional office building at the intersection of Princess Anne and Winterberry Lane. Here's a quick look at the disclosures. I won't read those to you. I'll just let everyone review those before we press on. One thing I will mention, we have Anthony and Cynthia DiSilvestro, just for sort of common purposes. That's Tony from Why Not Pizza. A brief history. This is similar to what you saw. This is how, as staff has it recorded. September 15th of 16, an unsolicited proposal was submitted. July of 17, there was a Lansdowne Community Civic League issued a letter in support of the developer. Talk a little bit about where the neighborhood is. I think today, coming out of the dialogue and the speakers that we heard at Planning Commission last week, in just a moment. But then in July of 18, there was a contract for 1.3 acres for $892,000. that was offered, and then we received $30,000 in earnest money from Mr. DiSilvestro. There was an excess property declaration that was presented here and then deferred, and what we heard at that point was that the planning matter and the sale of the property should track together and come back together. And so that is the path that we are on now. The property's was assessed at the time of contract at $789,900. Since then, we've had a parking study completed. Planning Commission also deferred so that we could realign. Why not in January of this year? Why not resubmitted a site plan and landscape plan, and then on April 10th of this year, so last week, planning approved the zoning item. There were a number of speakers. It seems that just full disclosure, it seems that there is some opposition from some in the neighborhood. There is support from some within the neighborhood. The bulk of the opposition seemed to focus on one of two issues. One, developing the site at all. There was a large group that wanted to see it remain green space. The other was there was considerable concern about people making a left turn out of the development and going through the neighborhood to access, I guess it would be Holland Road on the back side of that. One thing that is sort of hot off the presses in a conversation just earlier today with the developer's agent, they are looking at and are agreeable to doing a right turn out only. That was a recommendation that was made by one of the planning commissioners, and the developer took that as a good idea. They've just gotten. We have not seen the drawing, but the news that I have just gotten is that they have received a rendering of what through conversation also with Rick Lohman, our own traffic engineer, on what that would look like. And so we anticipate that the site plan will change somewhat just to be a right turn only and present that left turn or prevent the left turn through the neighborhood. So we appreciate the commission for that recommendation, and certainly we appreciate the developer for his willingness to hear that and work with us. One thing to mention, this again, just to reiterate, this is a 3-story professional office building, and for us, particularly exciting that this is to be the corporate headquarters for Mr. DiSilvestro's business as he is growing out of our region. We're so happy that he's keeping the corporate office here in his home of Virginia Beach. Here's a quick look at the site from the air. You can see here's Princess Anne, here's Winterberry Lane. Here's the restaurant, the freestanding restaurant that he completed last year, and here is the parcel that's in question. Here's a close-up look. Again, this is where the new restaurant sits now. This is the site that we're considering today. One of the things that's featured in the conversation is where the building is to be located. We proposed a three-story office building. It is adjacent to a residential use. The developer's agent has given us a number of examples of places throughout the city where you would see buildings of this height and taller that are successfully located next to residential uses. However, the dialogue with this one, one of the productive elements of the dialogue here is that Mr. DiSilvestro has been agreeable to locating the building as far away from the residential use as the site would allow. So you can see the building is here as close to the street as he can get it. We have this space between the building and the neighborhood. We're going to show you some preliminary landscape drawings in a minute that provide a dense, let's call it vegetative screening, and then also some proposed tree heights that would obscure views from the 3rd floor of the building into the neighborhood. Something else we want to note here, though, and you'll see a closer drawing in a moment, there is some shared parking that is proposed between the restaurant and the development of this site. However, you'll see that there is no access between the two parking lots. One of the things the developer heard was that we also did not want this site to be a cut through from Winterberry into Lansdowne Common. And so where he does propose that there will be some shared parking, it'll be shared through a pedestrian access. There's not a cut through that is proposed there. Here's an initial look from a little further away at the landscape plan. You can see the buffer that we were talking about there on the back. And again, you can see the parking here that basically, and no opportunity to sort of go back and forth between the parking for the restaurant and the parking for this building. Here's a drawing that shows the proposed tree height. So if I can get over here, you can see this is the view from the third floor, and you can see the view angles. And then you can see Mr. DiSilvestro is committing himself to tree heights that would be above the view into the edge of a resident house shown at 30 feet. So Mr. DiSilvestro has done what we have asked him to do, we believe, in an attempt to sort of interact with the residential uses and to be a good neighbor for the existing homeowners. Sort of a quick history and sort of alignment with what we're trying to do here. Why Not is first and foremost, and it's an established Virginia Beach company. Mr. DiSilvestro has been operating here successfully since 1983, and his enterprise is growing to the point that he now has more than 500 employees. A great local success story for us. He is at the point where he is seeking expansion out of our market. So he is growing to the point where he is beginning to import capital into our market from other areas, and this is particularly exciting for us that he has chosen to keep his corporate headquarters here in our city. That is really, well, I hit all of that quicker than I thought I would, so I'll just move on to the next one. We are here coming out of the recommendation from what was a unanimous recommendation from the Planning Commission last week, seeking your permission to schedule a public hearing on May 7th. And our hope would be to bring you both of those items back, both the planning item and an item to consider the declaration of excess property on the 21st. For basically what would be a three-store multi-tenant office building. Mr. DiSilvestro will currently, we believe, occupy the third floor for his corporate headquarters, and will be seeking most likely medical office on the lower two floors in the short term as he continues to grow. Any questions for me?
Any questions? Ms. Henley?
Well, I know that I have the most because it's my district, and I've been dealing with Lansdowne Commons since 2006. There are a lot of things that I question, and I'm just real sorry that it kind of got off on the wrong foot way back in 2017 when we first heard it, because it came just directly to the city council without our having declared it excess or it going to the planning commission or anything else. And when we deferred it, it was my expectation that we would immediately look at this question of should it be declared an excess property so that the neighborhood would have an opportunity to even address the question of whether it should be excess property or not. And unfortunately, nothing happened from 2017 until right now. I thought the whole thing had just gone away because I hadn't heard anything. And so I was really surprised that, hey, here it is, and we're right back like we were. We haven't really reached out to the neighborhood other than the Civic League. And this, we kind of have bumped into this several times, and I hope we'll learn a lesson. If we've got a city question, we hold a city informational meeting. We don't just rely on a Civic League, because we have to remember, particularly in a neighborhood as large as Lansdowne Commons, we know this, a lot of people don't go to Civic League meetings and don't belong to the Civic League. And if it's a city question, we need to hold a city meeting so people don't feel like, well, I'm not a member of the Civic League, I don't need to go, or We haven't gotten along great with the Civic League, so I'm not messing with that. If we want a question, we need to hold the meeting, and that's what we should have done. Well, we didn't. And so we're kind of right back to where we started from, and there's this, so the folks who were in the Civic League, are okay, which was really a surprise to me because ever since Lansdowne Commons developed, the Civic League and the whole neighborhood has been very much part of the original application and all of the changes that have come along the way. And it's always been a great concern for the impact of the neighborhood and its surrounding properties until we get to this very last property. And then, we've got, okay, whatever you want is all right. That was really a surprise to me because I do know, and I've been hearing from others in the community that, they did have concerns. And unfortunately, we didn't reach out to them until now. And here we are, and I hope we can kind of work through this, but that's kind of the background. And in understanding Lansdowne Commons, like I said, it's a very large, very dense community. And I rode through there a little bit Sunday afternoon, and particularly looking at this property, but then in general, and it's large and dense. And envisioning a 3-story office building on this property, particularly as you come out of Twin Flower, which is opposite this on the other side of Winterberry, and you're just facing with this density, it's pretty much of a change. I mean, there's so much out there as it is, but there are no 3-story buildings down here yet on this side of Princess Anne Road. And then I had a lot of trouble getting back on Princess Anne Road, too, so I understand their concern. Winterberry is carrying a lot of traffic. Of course, there's entrances to the community from Dam Neck as well as from Holland Road, but this is the only entrance from Princess Anne. So it's a great concern, and a great concern to me, and so I think we've got a lot to work on here, which I wish we had done, and I hope it'll be of our policy in the future that we're not going to deal with a rezoning and a declaration of excess property at the same time. It really needs to be separated because it's different when you've already got a client that's offered to pay money and everything. You've got all of that in, when we really ought to look at the question, first of all, by itself, standalone, should this be excess property that we're going to go out and market? And I understand it came in as an unsolicited proposal back in 2016, but let's call this a lesson learned. Don't do it again. Now, and I know Why Not Pizza is an important business for us too, and of course this is going to be a 3-story building, and his is going to be on the top floor, and then there are going to be 2 floors under that are going to be other offices, multi-tenant, so it's not him. I know that there was some concern that it might be a urgent care facility. I understand that was addressed at the Planning Commission, that
Yes,
won't
ma'am.
be, because we have to look at, what kind of activity we're having there. And I appreciate the, and I know the neighborhood refers to him as Tony D, is willing to put in trees that are eventually going to grow to a height, but I've learned another lesson of the problems that are created when you put a commercial parking lot next to a residential. And I'm just absolutely determined not to destroy somebody else's way of life by putting something right next to them that is a total destruction of their ability to lead a decent private life. How long is it going to take the trees to get to the height that will obscure?
I don't know the answer
particularly
to
if they
that.
die the first 2 years that they're built, and then you have to plant them and that kind of thing. So saying we're going to have a tree height that's going to obscure it, you may be talking 10 years. I know that there's a pretty good dense buffer beyond this property, but there's that took a lot of years to get there. So I'm worried about that. I'm really worried about a 3-story building, the bulk of it consuming that property just as you enter this very dense development that doesn't have very many places that have any green space in it. And what that's going to do, and the buffers don't mean a whole lot, I've learned that too. And what's it gonna be? Of course, there's the lighting issue, I understand that's being resolved, and the stormwater issue, because the people next to it don't want any stormwater and don't wanna have to wait 3 or 4 years to get it fixed either. So, you know, I've had a really bad experience with another one that is playing into this, and I've also had the experience now of seeing that the neighborhood really was not given the chance to express their concerns until it's pretty late in the process. And that's the background that I have right now, and a lot of concerns that I have, so we can work on it. But
Yes,
you've got a
ma'am.
lot of questions to answer.
Understand, and I do not know the answer to initial, as it relates to initial tree height, but we'll get that this evening and circulate that, get that to them, to Mr. Hanson as quickly as possible. Also, and what you said is absolutely right about the lighting situation. Right now, the developer is proposing to reduce the brightness of the lighting at the close of business, at the end of the business day, to I believe 50% of what it is when they're operating. And yes, ma'am, what you said about urgent care, that was handled at commission and at the planning commission. And this is medical office, not urgent care. That was specified at planning commission, and we'll come back on the rest of it.
Well, the one thing that I had heard after the 2017, when we deferred it, I had heard a little bit after that, well, he was going to redesign it and it was going to be a 2-story building. And then, you know, that kind of went away too. But I've also heard that he says he's got to have the 3-story because he has to have the 3 stories because of the price of the land. Well, maybe we're overpricing the land. Maybe if we lower the price a little bit, we could, he could build a 2-story. But see, this is what is the problem is, because all of this has been done separate from us even addressing this question of, is it right to declare this property excess? You know, like I say, this is the entrance to a neighborhood where folks work very hard for their homes, and you know, we're talking about having a greater appreciation for our neighborhoods, especially our class of folks that really have to work so hard for their homes, and we want to make them good neighborhoods to live in. And this is an important neighborhood. It's got a lot of good, hard-working folks in there, and all of them deserve attention, not just part of them. So I am meeting with the community, and so I will let them know that the public hearing on declaration of excess property will be May 7th, and that will be their opportunity to address that issue, separate
Yes,
from the
ma'am.
planning commission issue, which then would possibly be heard the 21st. Is that correct?
That is what we are proposing, yes, ma'am.
Louis?
Do you have a copy of the appraisal we can see?
I don't know if I have one, but we'll find out and get it for you. We were running off of an assessed value. We'll pull, I'll get in the file and send you everything I've got.
One contextual, just talking about the parcel, as a reminder that the acquisition of this parcel was done as the Princess Anne Road improvements, and it was subdivided when the purchase of this portion of the parcel was done for the restaurant. So that there was a previous declaration of excess property for this portion that now has the parking for the restaurant. And so this, in part, is a larger remnant of what was previously purchased for improvements. And once it was declared that the Princess Anne Road improvements were complete, then that's when the understanding that it was the recommendation for excess.
And that's another issue that I forgot to address. We have already dealt with this property in declaring part of it excess when the original restaurant was done. And see, for some reason, we didn't declare everything excess. We kept this as city property because I think at that time, that's what the neighborhood wanted. So I would like a transcript of the city council meeting when we dealt with the restaurant sale and rezoning, because I've just got a feeling we made some promises then, and I want to make sure we didn't make any promises that we're not keeping now, as well as the transcript of the planning commission meeting last week.
Got it.
Hey, anybody else? All right, if I could just say this, and, you know, I appreciate Mrs. Henley being a champion of the community. But what we have here is an opportunity, and I really think that hopefully some of the details, that Mrs. Henley raises and concern can certainly be addressed. But once again, this is an opportunity of a locally grown company that's very well respected, that gives a tremendous amount. And I will admit up front, I've been involved with the owners of this way back in 2004 when I first got elected, when they relocated the Kempsville Pony to the Centerville district. And they're very large sponsors of sports teams and everything. Couple things to consider. This is not a unique situation. There are certain of these type of buildings that are successfully in other neighborhoods. And Aaron pointed out last week, almost directly across the street is a multi-story KDHD building. And across the street, Mr. Hanson, if I'm not correct, they're talking about that's where the Bio Park is going to be
Innovative
located.
Park.
Innovative Park is going to be located. And the thing is that this is going to be a national franchise, and if they don't get it here, there's a possibility that they might move it to another city. Given our need to create new wealth and business, and, for things like stormwater, open space and everything, we have to bring new revenue to the city, but do it in a way. And I agree with Ms. Henley. I agree the process could have been better. But think about it, the application came in 2016, here we are 2019. That was a lot of lost opportunity money. I'm just not only this project, that we have to find a way to effectively communicate with the adjacent neighborhoods, but improve the process to get a lot of these businesses up online, a lot quicker. But once again, I think it was what's really going to come down and define. When a project like this goes into the neighborhood, are they going to be a good neighbor? And I think that, the developer in this case has demonstrated that they're willing to work with the community, and they're going to be accepted by the community on completion. Yes, Ms. Henley.
I sure hope that by putting that biomedical park on this side of Princess Anne Road, it doesn't mean we're going to think that we're going to be developing all of those vacant parcels on the other side to 3-story buildings. I think we make a distinction sometime on one side of the road or the other. We can have an industrial park and a biomedical park on the south side or whatever it is of Princess Anne Road because that's in the ITA, can't have residential. The other side is residential. And I hope we're not going to mix, well, just because we got a 3-story building on this side of Princess Anne Road, that's a 4-lane divided highway, that we're going to now start looking at the rest of the other side and think that that's supposed to be 3-story either. That's residential, and by golly, that's the way it needs to stay. And for the next 3 years anyway, I'm going to be arguing that point. And, this whole thing, now we're getting the money into the thing. Well, here's money for the city if we do this, if we go ahead and impact these few neighbors that are adjoining, because that money is more important to us than those neighbors. We've got to look at everybody, and that's the problem when we have done it this way. If we have dealt with the issue separately of whether that property should be excess or if it should just remain the entrance to that property, we wouldn't be arguing this money thing. But now that we've got this opportunity for $800,000 plus this company, then that's overshadowing the rights and protection of that neighborhood. And so we need to keep them separate in the future. We shouldn't make that the issue at all. Because, see, now we've got it. And I don't know, this is a great company, but we also have industrial parks. Does he have to be on this property? Or could he be in one of our industrial parks, like Corporate Landing, or, another one of our industrial areas? This isn't the only piece of property in the city that's industrial.
The siting of it, Ms. Henley, is directly related to the restaurant, which is the latest model of what he would want his franchisees to be building. So they actually they'll do on-site training at the restaurant. It's the corporate administrative and other classroom training that'll be done in the building, but they want to have hands-on training in the restaurant.
And it is the model from the perspective.
Yeah. Rosemary, then
Well, I just
Sabrina.
want to say, I watched a lot of the planning commission meeting, but I thought the recommendation where no left turn to go into the neighborhood was really a good one, and I can understand the concerns, especially since I've walked that neighborhood that joins, Holland Road with that one, so that was a very good recommendation.
We were very happy to hear that the developer had accepted that and has incorporated in his design.
Sabrina?
Remember the first time I heard about this information and Councilmember Henley was sharing her concerns, and I can certainly understand those concerns. And I think the really, really important part that stands out is having that initial community involvement. I think that's really, really important. And I really, really want to see how we can find a way to put that in part of our process. Because being, a new member on the council and being involved with, the TCC project, I thought that, that was my first experience in seeing how, without having that key community involvement in the beginning of the process, that can show that we're not as interested in transparency as a government. And it shows people that we're not interested in their opinion. That may not be the case, but it's the optics. So I would really like to see that made a part of our process in the beginning so that we don't get to this level and where we are, we know that's a great opportunity for a business owner. I'm all for, expanding opportunities for our business owners. I think it's wonderful. And I don't think we should have to fight against the two when in the beginning we should do the responsible part and involve the community. So I really understand what she's trying to say. And I'd like to see that happen.
Absolutely agree. Just wanted to, if you didn't know, that during 2017, when we were initially working on this project, both staff and the developer participated in a number of public meetings. There was, and that's ultimately where there was a Civic League approval for the project. What Ms. Henley has alluded to is that a Civic League may not always perhaps speak for a neighborhood, but we did participate in some very robust public engagements on this during 2017.
So I guess, and I think you brought that up, that everybody's not a member of the Civic League. And so I think we just have to do our due diligence to make sure it's all inclusive. That's just my opinion.
But we recognized that in 2017. That's why we deferred it and didn't act on it then. So we knew that 2 years ago, but it just kind of lay fallow or something all this time in between, and we didn't follow through. So lesson learned.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you. Move on.
So, you received a memo on the next one, the Bonnie Road property. It is not for the development of a hotel. That was on the title there. So, I've asked Taylor to come in and provide a public briefing because, we're also going to have a public hearing on the 7th of May with regards to this excess property that's, been in the works for quite, since before I arrived in '06, so I think we're moving in a new direction here to see if we can help a piece of property that's laid fallow with all kinds of construction laydown yards using it. So,
Thank you, and apologies for that. That's going to be my miss, and so related to a hotel. But yes, this is a second directional briefing. Also. On the potential declaration of excess property. This one also includes a request for the use of but-for real estate taxes for participation specifically in parking infrastructure. Oh, just to get you started, you can see this is Independence 264, and this is Bonnie Road as it works back towards the Convergence Center. Something important to note, as we'll get to this in just a minute, how close this development is to the existing signal at Bonnie and Independence, because there's a second access. It's an important portion of this deal. Here are the disclosures. Again, I won't read those to you, but again, we'll give you an opportunity to review those before we proceed. As Mr. Hanson indicated, this is a piece of property that we have held for some time. In fact, we've held it at least twice. we know that we owed, here, I tell you, it's funny, here's how we found out we owned it in 1999. It's because our existing city attorney, Mr. Stiles, remembers it from when he was at a different firm before his time with us. And so that is our data point on pre-1999. We know that it was sold, and then that we reacquired it in December of 2003. There's 11.7 acres that, give or take, that we're talking about here. In October of 2017, an RFP was published for sale or lease of the property. Proposals were received from Olympia Development and Harmony Investments. In December of 2017, Olympia was selected as the preferred proposer. In September of 2018, fast forwarding as we worked through the deal, by September of 2017, we had fleshed things out to the point that a pre-submittal meeting was appropriate. Coming out of that pre-submittal meeting, we all agreed that there were a series of studies that were done that were needed. The most meaningful of those was a wetland delineation. That wetland study revealed that where we're dealing with 11 3/4 acre site, only 7.5 acres of the property is developable. In December of 2018, the city, through a VDOT grant, Park and Rec began construction of Phase 2 of the Thalia Creek Greenway. That's important because that is immediately adjacent to the site and compresses it by the width of that construction easement. By January of 2019, we had amended, the developer and our staff had worked together to amend their plan to deal with the new condition, basically treating the Thalia Greenway as an existing condition. And then in March of 2019, the developer was able to advance their design to the point that they could submit preliminary costs that we could then plug into a draft sales agreement that is sort of being put together now. A quick look at the land. This is the Bonnie Road site, as we mentioned, 11 3/4 acres, with 7.5 of those being developable. It is currently assessed. That's the FY 19-20 assessment. The entire site is currently assessed at $1.7 million. We have an offer from the developer for the 7.5 acres that can be developed for $240,000 per acre, or $1.8 million. The developer has agreed, coming down to the bottom here, to establish a nominal value for the remaining acreage. He'll make a $50,000 deposit upon execution of an agreement. And then the rest is just sort of showing you the work on our math. The $1.7 million, which is the assessment for the entire site, works out to right at $144,000 per acre. The $1.8 million for the 7.5 is $240,000 per acre, and that's where we stand today. Important to note that we're consistent with our principles as it relates to tracking with the assessed value of the real estate.
That's my problem.
The developer's offer as it relates to construction. Why are we, so as you can see, the first item, we're looking at a range between 100 and 140,000 square feet of a professional office. Why the range? The range, the developer has not been able to actually do soil borings to really get on the site and see exactly what can be built. So what we're presenting you today is worst case scenarios based on what he is giving us. And so he's telling us in a worst case scenario, I will tell you, we think the number's 135,000 square feet, but nonetheless, we're giving you a worst case scenario of somewhere between 100 and 140,000 square feet. $250 per foot is his number. That's where the $25 to $35 million construction value comes from. The multifamily, we're at 240 units at a proposed cost of $175,000 per unit, or $42 million. And then parking. I will tell you, we were dealing with a more dense, a larger site. So up until Friday of last week, we were working with a proposed number of 1,100 spaces, but we also thought we were dealing with 315 multifamily units and 180,000 square feet of professional office. We're finding that the site just won't carry it. And so we've reduced that number to 782 spaces at $15,000 per space, which is his updated number for the construction. That's $11.7 million. It's important to note, consistent with other deals that we have brought you in the town center TIF, we are not including the parking in the value of the deal, as generally that is something that is requested through the TIF. Here is the last rendering that we had of the site, but I'll show you a couple of ways that it has changed just in the last couple of days. 2 garages, here and here. This is professional office or perhaps light retail wrapped around the ground floor of that garage, so to add some density. We're dealing with 2 60,000 square foot professional office towers. The biggest change that we have seen in the last 3 days is that to reach the number of units that are needed to make the multifamily work, we have seen this extend across sort of this little pinch point in the site and come down here and take the place of this building. That is simply a factor of how narrow the site becomes here, and just our inability to really get in there. The buildings are placed on the 7.5 acres that we have to work with. This is wetland. This is also wetland. That'll become important in just a moment. And this is the Greenway Trail, and specifically this is where Phase 2 comes down the side of the property and really narrowed. And there's a 40-foot construction easement that is needed for Phase 3 that really compresses what we can do on that site, on that portion of the lot. Again, to give you an orientation, this is Bonnie Road. This is where Bonnie Road begins to widen as it approaches the signal at Independence. This is where this second point of ingress and egress becomes so important. We're talking about 800 parking spaces, give or take. So we know that if we're going to put 800 parking spaces on these 7 acres, that we're going to create a lot of stacking if we only have one way in and out of the site, particularly this close to the intersection. So we believe that this second point of ingress and egress is a critical site component that is needed to make not just to make the development work, but to also to prevent what would be a very difficult situation on Bonnie Road. Here is something that this is a rendering, this chicken scratch as I call it, that came right out of the wetland survey, but also this is where the developer's engineer came back and sort of did some validation of what we got out of that wetland study. You'll see there, you'll see here is the Thalia Creek Greenway with the easement that we were talking about, the 4.5 acres of wetland that run this way, and then you have 2 parcels that are developable. One for 4.2 acres, one for 3.3 acres. That's where the 7.5 acres come from. This is a drainage easement. You'll remember I showed you the multifamily coming across. They are going to span this, basically stay in the air above it and not build on top of it, as they understand that's not possible with the drainage easement. And you can see here, this is an existing drainage easement that will feature in the next slide I'm going to show you, but this has also been designated as wetland. So here's the developer's requested cost participation in the project. The first is similar to what you have seen in other projects within the town center area, but specifically in this case, like you've seen with the City View 2 deal, this developer is requesting participation in parking. It's important to note that I am showing a worst case scenario here. This assumes that every space in both garages would be public parking. And so we're talking 100% public parking on the site as a worst case scenario. The other thing I want to be sure that we drive home at this point, all investments that we are proposing are performance based. So these are costs that would have to be proven and validated. So this is not just a check that we would write. This again is we're paying actual costs only. So really think of these as not to exceed amounts. So that's the request from the city. The remainder of the request is through a Virginia Beach Development Authority EDIP Part B investment that would total $604,000. That's for 3 components: roadway, stormwater, and then off-site utilities. I'll back up a little bit to show you the picture here. So the roadway, what are we doing in the roadway? Well, that's right here. I showed the existing drainage easement. This has got to be mucked out and then cleaned up, and then wetland mitigation credits have got to be purchased there. We anticipate that work costs $142,000, but we believe it is well justified as it provides an avenue to get that second point of ingress and egress from the site. The other is I'll deal with the utility, the off-site utilities next. There's a 120-foot run of sewer pipe that's got to be increased to handle the additional capacity that the additional density that this site would generate. It's currently 8-inch. We would be improving that to 12-inch, or increasing that to 12-inch. We've confirmed with Public Utilities that the existing pump station can handle that larger capacity. So that's $52,000. The big request in the EDIP relates to stormwater infrastructure. As you can see, we're very dense here, and we have and so we still have to handle stormwater though. This 4.5 acre wetland also presents a challenge because we can't detain stormwater in the wetland. So the developer is asking us to participate in the undergrounding of the stormwater infrastructure. Again, this is performance-based and an amount not to exceed. Here's why we believe that's important. We did some fiscal impact work, and what we found was to do the stormwater above ground, to do a BMP, as we have traditionally seen, we would lose this office tower. So, if I can, I'll fast forward and tell you that the impact of that is almost a $1.5 million reduction in the net present value of the deal over 25 years. Now, we do not traditionally show you 25-year amortization schedule, but it's important to note in this case, as we're talking about a structure similar to City View 2, we're working with the developer's amortization schedule. So 25 years is the number we got from them. And we ran this on not our capital costs, but the capital costs that we received from the developer. And this is the impact in the net present value if we don't do the stormwater underground. So over the life, so we can tell you clearly in this case, without breaking out the spreadsheets, that over the life of this project, that there's a $1.5 million improvement in the net present value of the deal if we underground the stormwater. We also ran a similar analysis on the parking because, again, we understand that $11.7 million potentially in parking is a big ask. What we also found, if we don't do the structured parking, we basically reduce this site to either one 60,000 square foot building or two 30,000 square foot buildings. Again, net present value of that deal falls off another $1 million at that point. So we believe that we are bringing you a principles-based deal that generates a positive net present value to the city and fits well within other deals that have been done within the town center TIF. We would like your permission to again press forward for a public hearing on this one on May 7th. It is our plan so long as this deal is moving forward to present the EDIP Part B to the development. We briefed the Development Authority this morning on the EDIP in open session and would like to come back and ask for their approval of the Part B award on May 21st and then present this potentially to you on May 21st to consider the declaration and then the parking agreement. Any questions for me?
Taylor, why are we, for the sale of property, why are we using assessment and not getting an appraisal?
We certainly can. This is just...
You know, because they're not always the same. I mean, sometimes there could be a big discrepancy between what our assessment is. I mean, we've seen it over the past. So I'm not comfortable not having an appraisal.
I'm happy to order an appraisal.
And then secondly, so the TIF, so I mean, this will add a lot of money to the TIF. So the parking, will that be paid out of the TIF or will we have to come up with additional monies for that?
So no, everything that we're doing here is based on the but-for taxes generated on site, so it would not be an additional ask from the city.
The money would go into the TIF and then it would come back out.
Okay, so we don't have to upfront the money for this part?
No, ma'am.
And it'll be one of those, not 20 years or pay off, whichever comes first.
Okay, Louis.
I know you showed this to us, Jim and I.
Yes, sir.
Taylor, but it's been a while.
Yes, sir.
The parking,
Yes, sir.
who's gonna own the parking?
Well, if we're in for the full 11.7, it would all have to be public parking. I mean, and that's one of the things that's left. We've asked the developer if there were a number of spaces that had to be reserved for tenants, that had to be restricted, obviously that's if they're not public parking, they're not public parking. So that would limit our ability.
Is there any provision here for an SSD like in Town Center?
That's not something we've contemplated, but we can look at it.
I think you need to. The other thing is, I'm kind of like Rosemary. I'd like to see an appraisal of
Yes,
real
sir.
estate because I'm not sure that's a proper price for the land.
Yes, sir.
Put it that way.
Got it.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, thank you much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on.
Yes, sir. We're now going to ask our Director of Planning and Neighborhood Development, Community Development, Bobby Trahan, to come up and talk about Clear Creek. And we're going to have a combination of both open discussion and then executive session discussion on this subject.
Apologize for trying to get loaded up.
So go ahead and talk, Bobby.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor has left the room. As council had requested at the April 2nd City Council meeting, you wanted staff to take a look at the Clear Creek Holdings proposal, provide you information on the restrictive easement that had come forward in that discussion, as well as the uses that would be permitted on that property that's zoned R10 as well as zoned industrial. Thank you. Just to give a kind of a ACUS 101, just real quick, stands for Air Installation Compatibility Use Zones. It deals with essentially trying to protect the health, safety, and welfare of our citizens from the noise and the accident potential from the installations. In the zoning ordinance, it's adopted as two parts, one that deals with noise and one that deals with accident potential. This map shows the noise zones. You can see it follows the flight paths that's surrounding the jets. We have an area that's greater than 75 decibels and on average, and the residential uses are not compatible in that area. The Clear Creek Holdings property is in that zone. 70 to 75 also residential uses are not compatible, but also large assembly uses aren't compatible. So we're really tight on what uses are permitted in those areas. And then 60 to 65, there are some varying ability to do some residential uses depending on what's there. As far as the accident potential, you have three zones. One is the clear zone that's near the end of the runways, where only agricultural and vacant land is compatible with the station. The air station, APZ1, which is in close proximity.
Is that, Bobby, pink?
Yes, it is the pink color that's on the map here. The APZ1 are areas in close proximity to the runways, and the industrial and limited commercial uses are compatible there. That's the area that's in that orange type color there. And for the APZ2, it's the least restrictive of the three accident potential zones. Again, following the flight paths, commercial uses are compatible. But single family is the only compatible residential use if it is permitted. In the zoning ordinance, it shows up as a table where it provides guidance on when certain uses are permitted and not. So we typically, when we discuss this with applicants, we go through this saying that council is bound by the zoning ordinance and these requirements here that show what uses they can approve. And this is part of our agreement that we have with the Navy in order to make sure that we continue to be good partners and stewards of making sure that we keep Oceana here, as well as keeping our residents safe. Moving on to the Clear Creek Holdings application, I'll try to run through this quickly. I know you've seen it a number of times. It's located on Bird Neck Road, just north of the city's animal care center. You see this site here, it's undeveloped. Just to give a little application history, on January 9th of 2019, the Planning Commission recommended approval on a 10-0 vote. On February 5th and the 19th, the council deferred the item in order to allow for the applicant to obtain more public input. They reached out to the CTAC Civic League, and on the 19th, it was also deferred because the applicant had changed their proffers in order to limit uses at the request of the Civic League. And then on the 2nd, council deferred it again so that we can have an understanding of the restrictive easements that the Navy owns over top of the entire parcel, not just the residential portion of the parcel, but also the industrial portion of the parcel. A little history on the property so that we have a common understanding. It is one parcel. There aren't multiple parcels involved, and the parcel is split zoned. It is zoned R10 at Bird Neck Road, and then I1, which is an light industrial, going back towards Owl Creek. It is in the historic SeaTac suburban focus area, so it's an area identified in the comprehensive plan that has additional recommendations in order for for discretionary approvals to meet. It is located in the greater than 75 noise zone as well as the APZ2. And in the 80s, the Navy obtained a restrictive easement limiting the uses on the property. This was their previous practice prior to then engaging the cities to make sure that the cities engage in assuring that they don't approve development that would impact the station. According to the real estate records, no residence was located on the property when the easement was obtained, which therefore then does not allow residential uses on the property. The easement states specifically if there was a residential use on the property at the time that the easement was obtained, then you could rebuild a residential use. There were no homes on this property when the easement was obtained. Just another vicinity map. You can see where this is located in regards to the noise and the APZ. Showing you the suburban focus area as well as what has been identified in the comprehensive plan as the historic SeaTac neighborhood. The suburban focus area and the historic SeaTac neighborhood designation will work extensively with this SeaTac neighborhood and with a number of public meetings through the comprehensive plan update in 2016. That's when this suburban focus area was created, and it did provide additional recommendations for development to have when they move forward with any type of discretionary approval. This is the applicant's proposal. The red line is added for emphasis so that you can see where the delineation between the residential zoning, which is to the east, and then to the west is the I1 zoning or the industrial zoning. So after analyzing the restrictive easement, based on staff's review, planning staff's review, we believe that the uses that are permitted on the property that are zone R10 by right, which is mean they could go in and do it right now, is agricultural and horticultural uses, excluding the keeping of animals, public utility installations, and passive open space. A very limited range of uses that would be permitted.
In the R10.
In the R10 portion of the property. So this is the front portion only. In the R10 portion of the property, based on the restrictive easements on staff's review, these are the uses that would be permitted by conditional use permit. Borrow pit, cemetery, communication tower, a satellite parking lot, so a parking lot would be permitted there in conjunction with a conditional use permit. Any golf courses, but the easement's very specific to not allow par 3 golf courses or miniature golf. Marina, private sewage and storage or maintenance installation for public utilities. The items that have stars on them are items that aren't feasible. Borrow pit, communication tower, because of the height limitation, golf course and the marina, there's not large enough, nor are they near a body of water that would be enough to provide those types of uses.
Okay, Ms. Henley, a
I was
question?
going to ask
Yes.
what the asterisk was, but you answered.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. As far as the restrictive easement, instead of going through the light industrial uses, it was actually shorter to list out all the uses that were specifically prohibited by the easement. Any residential use, including a group home, daycare centers, religious institutions, any type of assembly type uses, dormitories, airports or heliports. Again, assembly uses like drive-in theaters and indoor recreation, hospitals, anything that deals with explosives or petroleum, retail sales, so commercial center is not permitted. Okay, Standalone office buildings that are only offices are not permitted based on the easement. Keeping or raising of mink must be because of the birds, and then any structure that's taller than 172 feet in elevation. Okay. Once you take this in conjunction with the industrial uses, your window is very small on what's available to this property owner. Mostly warehousing, maybe some type of other light industrial uses, but you can even see that office isn't even permitted in this zone based on the easement granted or purchased by the Navy. In addition to that, the applicant proffered to the community that they would remove these three uses by for them to ask for or to have obtained. So self-storage facilities, which we understand as being one that's a big concern of the community. Automobile service stations, which is typically a gas station, and auto repair garage. So again, further tightening down the amount of uses that are available to this property, because they believe that they can fit within the easement restrictions and still provide a product that people need. Staff and Planning Commission both recommend approval. The key is that the rezoning allows for uses permitted by the ACUS ordinance. It also allows for uses that are permitted based on the restrictive easement. Keep in mind, the restrictive easement is not just on the residential portion, it's over top of the whole property. It's all 4 acres. The property is one parcel that has multiple zonings. Typically, when we receive an application from someone that comes forward and they have split zonings like this, staff pushes very hard to clean up the zoning. It's important to try to make sure that it has one unified zoning so that the property owner, as well as any future property purchasers, will understand what they're allowed to use on that property. Split zoning becomes very difficult, especially when people try to find out afterwards that they're limited on certain parts and not the other. The proffers assure that the development meets the comprehensive plan recommendations for the suburban focus area. The suburban focus area has some things in there that discuss what the city should do in order to try to reinforce the historic SeaTac neighborhood, but also talks about how the buildings themselves should be compatible with the neighborhood as well. And of course, the restrictive easement limits the use of the property. I apologize for the next following slides. These are walls of text, and what I did is I copied this directly from the comprehensive plan dealing with the recommendations of the suburban focus area. Okay. Of course, it talks about making sure that we're in compliance with the ACUS. New development should be respective of the previous historic settlement, okay, and should provide significant landscaping and screening buffers. The applicant with his plan has shown an increased landscaping and screening buffer along Bird Neck and as well as to the property on the north.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Go back?
Yes.
Can you just read that last point on there for me?
Significant landscape screening buffer should.
The third point. The last.
I'm sorry, the whole thing?
Yep.
New development should respect the historic settlement of the area and should be compatible with the neighborhood. Significant landscape screening buffers should be established between existing residential areas and new non-residential development to mitigate adverse visual and noise impacts.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. It's key to make sure that you have a careful mix of compatible uses. We do have existing zoning that's out on the properties. We want to make sure that we try to limit the uses so that they are compatible with the neighborhood. Uses incompatible with existing residential should be discouraged. Typically, when we do an analysis such as that, we do look at the immediate surrounding area of those impacts. An unspoken kind of agreement was that the west side portion of Bird Neck Road would be where we maintain the industrial, while the east side would be allowed to be maintained residential. Building design should be visually interesting and encourage greater social interaction. It's hard to do with an industrial building. We did push them on their designs that they've proffered. They put a one-story building that would have less impact. They could have put something much taller there. In partnership and again, you see here, there should be an opportunity here, which I believe that may have been missed previously, where there's an interaction between the planning department moving forward past the suburban focus area and with the community to try to make sure that we understand not just the Civic League. We said it today earlier, the Civic League is not the only representation. I think it's important to have a larger public meeting to understand what it means to protect the community and the property owners. The hard part as we look at this, when you look at the suburban focus area, it encompasses residential property owners, industrial property owners, commercial property owners. So we're going to have to, if we plan to continue to do engagement to kind of figure out what is the best ability to use these properties, it's a comprehensive approach. And we have to understand that there are some limitations on how much we can restrict down, especially with people that have industrial properties. And here, as we wrap up through the recommendations for the suburban focus area. I've added this portion here just to make sure that we understand that there is a continued action item that the planning department needs to do as we continue to move forward. We need to engage the CTAC Civic League and the community, not just the Civic League, as we look for ways for them to preserve their community. For full disclosure, the staff has sent previous letters to the Civic League administration, the people that were in charge, and have contacted them, with the most recent letter being last month from the Historic Preservation Commission's chairman, noting that they should contact Mark Reed, who's on our staff, that deals with historic preservation, to discuss ways that we can protect the community. It doesn't necessarily have to be a historic overlay district, which would be very difficult to obtain based on state law. However, there could be other ways that we can try to have those uses work better together through zoning. And also, as a key point that I want to make sure I bring up, because this is important, explore other ways to notify property owners that are potentially affected. As of now, because of the number of applications we get and the number of people, we currently only notify what is required by state law. I believe there's a greater ability to provide input if we increase that. That does have opportunity for more people to come to speak and discuss it, but I think that's the point. We want to make sure people have their opportunity, and we need to find effective ways to do this. Everyone right now would receive a letter that has the pull-off tabs, and you look at it and say, there's an item coming to you from that's nearby. Don't know if that's the most effective way to notify people, to let them know that there's something coming to their around them. There are those that have to receive that is required by state law, but there may be other ways to reach outside of that group. I'll stand by for questions at this point.
Any questions? Louis, and then Aaron.
I'm sure everybody else in the room understands why, but why would the keeping and raising of mink specifically be
It's
excluded?
very specifically called out. I'll let Ms. Wilson answer that.
There is a case about a Navy airport, and they sued because they had minks, and minks were declared by the government to be extremely sensitive animals, and so that's why it specifically says mink.
Inquiring minds want to know. Yeah.
I had no idea.
That has to do with this whole ITA. That's one of those things that.
No mink, no mink.
Aaron.
I think, first of all, I had a meeting with the Civic League as well. It was a long and thorough meeting, and I think they understand what's going on in their community as far as, and I should say theirs, I should say ours, our community as far as the development going around. You know, you have the manufacturing plant, you have the potential of the wave site, you have Ocean Breeze down there already, and now you want to put this development there, which is going to have a lot of, add to the traffic on Burnett Road. So that was one of their concerns, but then, and they understand, I explained to them the property rights of owners, we had a long conversation. But here's more concerning than that, it's this pattern of them being taken advantage of that has persisted for years. So when you have, and this is why I kind of wish Mr. Burdon, who was the lead on this, went to the communities first, because as we just talked about community engagements, here you have Lansdowne Civic League had 4 meetings prior and were able to send a letter of approval in their district, and the community engagement as well that Mrs. Wooten has done, great when it comes to the Princess Anne Hotel. But when you had a CTEC Civic League, only engagement they had is after there was rebuttal here on council. That leaves a bad taste in their mouth. And when you have, they feel as though the pickings is just picking out their neighborhood. And they understand development is going to happen. I mean, they live in one of the most tourists, our most better part, I shouldn't say better, but our most known parts of our city. you have that issue. And one of their main concerns is that with all this development going around, the historical value of SeaTech community will be lost. There aren't enough historical markers throughout SeaTech community. SeaTech elementary school, that's a historical landmark for them, and we have officers training in there. So you talk about, do we really respect the historical value of their community? Not only that, when you look at the first, black fire station in the United States was here. It was here in Virginia Beach. Is that something that we proud and we have a marker that people know, and not just a little one that's 2 feet above the ground, one that's nice and big for the world to see, because here we are expecting many more visitors to our city, and they want to be proud to showcase that this is SeaTech. You're in a historical community, not only just for Virginia Beach, but for the nation. And that's something that that's very important to them, as well as there's a development coming right across the street from SeaTech Park. And yet SeaTech Park is this beautiful park, nice and spacious, but there's only 5 or 3 or 4 parking spaces. So who can really take advantage of that park? So these are all the concerns that they have, and again, I think it's becoming upon us to make sure this process of engaging the community comes first and foremost before we actually sit here and plan on it or vote on it. And that's their concern. So they're still against the project as well, but I think they understand that really their hands are tied, so to speak, in that aspect.
Rosemary, and then Sabrina.
Yeah, that's very insightful, and thank you for doing that. And I was glad to see that they recommended to get more involved with the Historical Preservation Commission. And the Preservation Commission has had these grants, and that's where the historical markers have come from. That we've had citizens come forward and do the research, and then those grants have helped pay for the marker, and it doesn't really pay them for the research, but it helps defray some of their costs. And I know there's 2 lovely ladies who've been doing, and they came before us, you remember when they came? They're doing research on SeaTech, and I don't know if that's going to lead to a marker or not, but I think with Mark Reed and the commission, hopefully that can lead to a marker. And I mean, we've had 4 markers in the last year come out of the Preservation Commission, which is pretty exciting. So I think that could be happening. We got to get these ladies to finish their project, and hopefully, and then I'm sure Mark can help them. We can do the submittal to the state, because the markers come from the state. We just have to pay for them.
And it just, they don't want to, they feel as though it's just business as usual.
No, but I think this engagement will be really, really good, and so I'm so glad that you brought that up, and I understand it. It is a historical area.
And I think again, this is a community where they felt as though they haven't had proper representation for years. And when you look at potentially changing R10 and zoning issue laws, you have homeowners, and I sat with them and they told me, you have homeowners who wanted to, redo their homes and add a second floor, but been told for years they can't add a second floor because of the zones. And yet there are brand new homes right along in there in the same area. So they're looking at this and saying, well, you're going to change the zoning laws, but yet I haven't been allowed to redo my home for years. And these are the issues from, I like to say, we're just, we get these issues, we didn't create them, they come to us. But this, when you have that going on for so years and that voices have been silent, now it's able to be heard. You're like, wow, you're like, I didn't know all this was going on, but well, here we are, so what are we going to do about it,
Well, maybe Bobby can address the.
So I realize, especially as I've been here, going right on to city council meetings, seeing that there is a gap in this public input. The hard part is we're balancing this, and that's important to make sure that we know. We don't want the public to believe that staff is advocating for someone's application, and that's the hard part. We don't want to go forward and say, this is someone's application that's coming forward, what do you think? Because there are many times where some of the citizens have been on the other side of that, where they say, well, it's already a done deal because the city is presenting it to us. So we have a hard time trying to balance it, and then maybe we've gotten too far off the one side to make sure that we keep people notified and have them come in and talk to us. And we just need to come back to that balance. As far as the historic portion, on June 11th, I believe you'll be briefed on the northern half of this city that beginning historical survey was completed by our consultants that are on board, which includes defining and honing in on the SeaTac area as well as a number of the other areas in the city. And so I think that's another good impetus for us to continue to move forward and find ways to protect that neighborhood. And there needs to be some open discussion because the area based on the details in the study, housing, age, other things like that, is a little bit smaller than what the community believes is their historic area. And so we need to have those conversations, but we need to engage them. I completely agree.
Well, I think just, because the community feel as though whether the size of their historic area, I think our designation on what we say is their historic area is not really in line with the actual historical value
Understand.
of the entire area. The entire area has been sold, rezoned, pitched off, and here and another, and what you have now is what's left.
Understand. Yes, sir.
Historical area.
Understand.
The people that Aaron was talking about that feel like they've been denied adding onto their home, can they get in contact with your department and
Yes.
work with them more closely and see if there's a way we can help them accomplish their goals?
Yes, we will, if they have concerns about, what limitations they have, I don't know what the circumstances were, so it's all case by case, and we will look at it.
Listen, there have been, we had a long conversation. There have been years of being feeling though they've been taken advantage of that I've become aware of as well.
Okay, Mr. Hanson.
This, Mr. Rouse and I had a long conversation last night, taking under advisement. We'll look at the parking at the park, and we've kind of been discussing how we might re-energize into that park. It's great green space and could be a focal point of pride to assist the community to rally around. There's been a lot of discussion about the park here at the council for quite some time, so we'll re-engage on that. And then signs are not just historical markers, but also other designations that I think the community wants us to look at. Mark Reed and the other neighborhoods have a portfolio of, and we'll commit to a civic league meeting and show them, do a card deck of, this is what's going on in this neighborhood, and this neighborhood, and this neighborhood, and, Jessica's very active in the historic Kempsville, and they've got work going there, and so we'll engage them. We will respond to Mr. Rouse's concerns, and we'll get them energized.
So I just wanted to say thank you for the extensive research you did. It's really makes things a little bit more clearer and clarifying. Helps me, understand the property a little bit more. One thing that I did hear is this is a mixed makeup community. You have commercial, industrial, you have residential. And just from listening to those coming in to speak about the preservation of their neighborhood, I clearly hear we were here first. And so because we were here first, we have the greatest investment. We live here, and when everybody comes and goes, they have to deal with the impact of the different industrial and commercial businesses that open up there. I hear that loud and clear. And so I heard, I think the last time we talked about it, that perhaps, is there an option for the city to purchase the land, maybe use it for open space? I mean, we want to include our, increase our open space. Is there an option for that? To purchase it, use it for that, and really, consider what the citizens are saying to preserve this community? That's a question.
We don't have any open space money.
So can we look at that in the future, or?
I would defer.
We're gonna talk about that in closed session,
Okay.
just after this.
Wonderful. But I think we, I think that's something that we should look at as a resolution.
Any other questions at this point? Okay, thank you. And
So
it's
if
a-
I could indulge one more briefing?
Yeah, one more
and then we
briefing,
take
and
a
then we
break.
take a break.
All right, something in the water. You had a pretty extensive review last time, but as we promised, we're coming to you live this week and next week, and then we actually do turn the lights on and rock and roll into this something of a kind festival. So Brian Solis, our project manager, and he's going to be accompanied, got Mark Johnson with him. I thought we'd ask a little bit about what you saw in the paper. We got taken out by the paper today. We were going to spring some info on you, but they got the interview with Mr. Johnson early. Brian?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, Mr. Manager, and Mr. Ingram, thank you for having me. Here is your weekly update on the Something in the Water Festival. I'm proud to really give the bulk of it to Mark Johnson, your Public Works Director, because they really have done a lot of heavy lifting in support of the community, and as well as, you know, this festival, as the city's a sponsoring entity of it, just like they do with all the other festivals throughout the year, and just really appreciate that. So we're going to focus on my part, some brief updates on the festival itself, some recent kind of adjustments in programming. This is a map of the overall footprint, and it is meant to be from a high level. And if you look at it from that high level, you see kind of a pretty tight festival footprint, in that it's meant to be traversed as easily as possible, and it's meant to stay out of the established residential communities at the resort. And if we're looking at it, and we went over this last week, Dave, you ready if I pull it from the top? So this is your main festival footprint with a concert area that has remained pretty much the same. They are starting to fine grade and load out now the backstage flooring as well as the stage flooring. And it's busy down there with nice weather and spring break, so, but they are doing some work there. The pop-up church is the other large area between 19th and 23rd Street. That will be Sunday only. You'll really start to see folks go down there, and a revival type of experience going on from noon until about 9 p.m. that night. Adidas
When's that stage getting built?
So that stage will start to get built, I believe, over the weekend or early next week. So that's a smaller American music festival stage that will be built out there. And since it's Sunday, they're able to start a little bit later. Adidas, I'm going to show you kind of some highlights of how Adidas has changed in the last few days, or adjusted their program. Array is with Netflix. That's a movie screening for Friday night only, and the rain location for that is either to shift it to Saturday night, but more likely into the convention center. So there is space allocated in the convention center for that to occur there should inclement weather happen that Friday night. So some of these that's your 17th Street Park area. And I've talked to you briefly about the XQ Super School Live initiative, which is to really highlight the drama programs of area of high schools, but also rethinking how high schools educate. It's a program that's going around 17 cities, and they have a bus that travels with their program that will be staged on near the boardwalk in 17th Street Park throughout the festival. Chrysler Museum has their mobile glass blowing exhibit. It's a trailer that will be staged at 17th Street Park, and also at 17th Street Park will be one of the local artists doing one of the 9 art walk locations will be at 17th Street Park. Here, the smaller area across from Sony. So Sony and Timberland, the apparel company, will have activations. Timberland's will be more of a lounge or a park type setting, highlighting their latest apparel and footwear, and Sony will be more of a experiential activation at the 19th Street South lot. Trap the Vote, again, that's the top floor of the Pier Shops, and that will be mostly kind of civic engagement in terms of educating young people on the importance of voting and how to vote. The old beach market at Crocs and behind Waring's Gym, that space there will be open. And between Arctic Avenue and the Convention Center at Parks Avenue will be closed to pedestrians.
Closed to pedestrians?
Closed to motor vehicle traffic and then for pedestrians. There has been construction along there. We're buttoning it up and making it as safe as possible. to traverse this festival footprint best we can. Convention Center, the lineup for that, mentioned the itinerary. We hope to have that by Friday in your hands. The folks are working hard on that, but literally they're shifting speakers around within the Convention Center, and then they have not publicly released the lineup in the concert area by hour yet, and that will be coming out this week as well. So we'll be able to hopefully get that to your hands in your Friday packages. So let's see here. This is your festival footprint map. The only other thing I'd like to highlight with this is your the dots that look like this, like a color artist palette, are basically your 9 locations for the art walk. They received their permit today for that, and so they'll start to mobilize. And at public sites, there'll be plywood type of stanchions where artists will be painting on 10 by 15 temporary plywood type of canvases, for lack of a better term, and they will be located somewhere else into the city throughout their useful life. And then the other 4 or so private sites are building wall murals that the building owners have given their permission for artists to paint those. And some of your premier sponsors are here at the bottom. Some other ones that were announced recently were American Express, Pepsi, and Virginia Natural Gas, as well as some other corporate sponsors that are now on their website. In fact, the Art Walk, I believe, is sponsored by American Express. So this is the latest for Adidas. It's very interesting, colorful space activation with 24th Street Park as well as the beach, just outside of the boardwalk. In fact, it will be built to be flush with the boardwalk. And that's going to be a rotation of currently what we know are musician celebrities that you'll be able to register, youth will be able to register to kind of win a lottery, so to speak, to do 2-on-2 basketball games with celebrities. And that will be within this space here. Here on the stage will be a dance competition and also mentoring and talks from industry experts, primarily in athletics, there at 24th Street Park. So that's the recent adjustment with that. We talked about a number of things with Adidas. It was going to be a youth basketball tournament inside the convention center, and then it kind of morphed into an activation with kind of a slow-mo camera, and this is kind of where they've landed moving forward. So with that, well, a couple last updates before I turn it over to Mark real quick. The local park and ride is definitely at the amphitheater. I mean, that's what we're planning on. It is further, but it's a kind of a turnkey operation that's used to accepting large amounts of people that are looking to park for a music experience. It's just, here will be their welcome center, and then they'll be taking a trek down the road, 6.8 miles to the 5th Street to 10th Street stage area. And that's currently in the works. The accompanying traffic control plan to make those adjustments, all the signage needed to direct folks to and from there and along the way is being finalized, as well as the queuing of buses between 5th and 10th Street. That's going to be a continuous shuttle from an hour before doors open until 3 o'clock in the morning. It'll be going. And then the festival outreach, we've gone to a number of civic and business organizations tomorrow morning. We're meeting with VBHA and VBRA leadership, as well as Atlantic Avenue Association, to talk about details on credentialing and access. And that's what we've been doing so far. And I'm going to kind of turn it over to Mark for the Public Works overview, and I'll stand by for any questions you might have afterwards, unless you have some now. Yes, ma'am.
Since you mentioned credentialing, wanted to find out what the status was for employees, because I know that in a conversation I had with one gentleman, he said he was still trying to work through that red tape for credentialing for his people who work at the different hotels. And
Okay.
he wasn't sure at that time what was going to happen, and that's really critical for the employees deciding how they're going to get in, gain access, be on time. So really,
So
really
they
like
definitely need to
this
plan
going.
ahead. I would hope that there hasn't been any red tape on the
That's what it is. That's what I
employer
was
side
hearing.
of things versus the city, because the employers are working with the festival organizers from 10th Street South. You will have 2 different zones of credentialing for employees and for hotel guests, and that's restaurant and hotel employees. What we're working through right now are the details of 10th Street North. And one of the options that the festival is willing to offer is that employees, hotel and restaurant can use the park and ride, either for a nominal fee or free. They're working through what the costs are with that, but that is definitely an offer. These are private businesses that will also benefit from the business, that enhanced business that is going to happen. So with this festival, so we try to help the best we can to coordinate their own transportation. We coach them on planning ahead. We've tried to make adjustments with Hampton Roads Transit to improve mobility during those congested timeframes. But and we're more than willing to try to help them coordinate shuttling if the shuttle that the festival is offering is not frequent enough, although that's going to be pretty frequent. So it depends on where they're located. I'm happy if you have the person's name to between myself and the festival organizers to reach out to them. Please feel free to forward them.
The time frame for them to know for sure if that credentialing process has been approved, because this gentleman said they were working through it.
What it is they just don't release it, I believe it's electronically, until very, very close to the festival, so it can't be replicated. And at some point, you don't want to credential too many folks or it defeats the whole purpose. So you have to prioritize who's credentialed in terms of those that are most affected by street closures, for example, because otherwise everybody's in the same congestion. So we have different tiers of guidance for them depending on where they're located. So if they're 10th Street South, they definitely will be credentialed, and it's just very close to the festival start time that they'll receive those through their employers.
I'll follow up on that and
Yes,
get you
please
that
do.
information.
Please do.
So
Yes,
we
ma'am.
can make sure they're prepared.
Okay, yes, ma'am, thank you.
So I asked Director of Public Works to come in and give you an update on all the things that Public Works is contributing to prepare, and then what they'll be doing during the festival.
Okay, when you have festivals like this, you have pre-event activities, you have event activities, and post-event activities. Today, I'm going to talk about pre-event activities and talk a little bit about activities that we're going to perform during the event. I'm not going to talk about post-event because that's just tear down and get rid of everything. So, Fifth Street Stage. That is the largest piece of the festival. It includes Rudy Loop. What we are going to do there is we're going to provide power and water to the organizers. They haven't really explained what they need it for, but we're ready to give it to them. We are also, and what you see there in the pictures is a typical water setup on the left, a new arc flash unit that we can provide, and that's very critical to provide power very safely. Another facilities management activity that we're going to do is we're going to remove about 96 feet of railing so you can access the stage area. In addition, we are going to remove the benches that are there, primarily for safety reasons. We want to reduce injuries because the tendency is when you have a concert, people want to stand up on chairs. So we are going to remove those in that area. Also, we're going to provide a 220-foot wide beach. Since January, we've pumped about 56,000 cubic yards of sand in the, I'll call it the 4th to 10th Street area. And we get the sand from the sand trap at Rudy Inlet. We want to get as much sand in that area as we can, not only for this festival, but for other festivals we have throughout the season, such as Monster Trucks, which takes a lot of sand, Patriotic takes a lot of sand, so we really want to have a lot of sand there. Also going to build an 800-foot long berm. It's going to be 6 foot high, and at the base it's going to be about 20 to 24 feet wide, and the main purpose of that is to protect the stage from bad weather. Also, we're going to provide 160 cans to this area, 40 recycle cans. The organizers are going to take care of all their trash in this area. And this picture just shows a typical setup in a festival area. And if you think 160 cans is a lot, we have 1,700 white cans that we use on all our beaches and parks throughout the season. So it's really not a whole lot of cans. Now let's move to the pop-up church. Oh, excuse me. Pop-up church. Straightforward area. We're going to grade out 180 feet. of beach. We're going to provide, excuse me, we're going to provide, we're going to provide 500-foot berm. Also, again, water and electric services. We're removing some guardrail, and we're also providing 100 cans. Now, remember, this is just a Sunday event, and it's on the beach, so Public Works is going to maintain the trash cans for this particular event right here. Main reason is we do not want another group on the beach that we have to deal with and control, okay? So that's why we agreed to take care of the trash at that location. Adidas at 24th Street. We're going to grade the beach for the basketball court that you just saw in that very nice picture. Again, provide electrical and water services. We're going to provide the trash cans. They're going to collect the trash, but they're going to put it back behind the restrooms. We're going to pick them up as we do our trash collection along Atlantic Avenue. Also, the public restrooms, we're going to have the restrooms open 24 hours a day, and we're going to have an attendant at the restrooms. Yes, sir.
I can wait till the end if you want to finish.
It doesn't matter.
Where are the portable bathrooms, porta potties? How many of those are we providing?
Is that 362?
For the festival's 332. You're right.
332, sorry.
The festival's providing.
The festival's providing 332. They're providing some, I'll call it restroom trailers also. Most of that is focused down at the 5th Street stage area. But we are going to man and have our restrooms open at 31st Street, 30th Street, and 24th Street, open 24 hours a day and man. Okay? Array at 31st Street Park. That's the film. It's a Friday night event. We're going to provide trash cans, and we're going to manage the trash for them. It's just a typical event that we have at our parks during the season. We're also going to provide water and electric if they need it. And again, that restroom will be open the whole weekend, 24/7 and manned. Sony at 19th Street. That's pretty straightforward and simple for us. They've asked for 50 trash cans. We're going to provide 50. They're going to take care of collecting the trash and disposing of the trash. Nice, clean site. Again, Timberland, even better, at 17th Street. They've asked for 10 trash cans, and they're going to take care of everything that they need to take care of there. Now, the big one, general support. Not just providing support to the festival itself. We know it's going to be a big weekend throughout the resort area. We are set up to collect our trash, maintain our beaches. How we're going to do the trash is we're going to come in, and I'll start at 12 midnight. On a typical night, 12 midnight, we're going to run our first trash run down Atlantic Avenue. We're going to do that at 12, 4, 8, 12 again, 4 in the afternoon, 8, and then we're going to roll to 12 midnight. We're going to do that constantly on Atlantic Avenue. 5 o'clock in the morning, we're going to come in and we're going to do trash runs on the boardwalk and the beach. At 2 a.m., we're going to bring in our street sweepers. They're going to sweep all the streets in the resort area, sweep the boardwalk, and the sidewalks in some areas. Also, we've established, or we're coordinating with the police and BWG with the traffic management plan. If you look at that picture on the right, that was taken Friday morning. Police and traffic ops personnel were down at the Traffic Management Center running through various scenarios. The police department was testing our team to see if we could react on various situations, scenarios, and I think we got a pretty good grade. So I'm very proud of that. We have coordinated with VDOT We're plugged in with their cameras along I-264. We're talking to them about possibly putting variable message boards along the corridor so we can get messaging out. We are plugged in with BWG, been dealing with them on a daily basis on their traffic control plans. We are geared up to provide traffic control devices and react as necessary during the event once we get some direction from the police on what they would like to see. And we're really plugged in and ready to react really quickly. The last thing is we're integrated with the communications plan. We will have staffing in our TMC down on Dam Neck Road, at the EOC in Building 30. We will have staff down at the 2nd Street precinct, and I believe we're also going to have staffing at the BWG Command Center at Rudy Loop. So we are really prepared to react and communicate and respond to whatever situation that may come up. So now that gets us to the discussion cloud in the upper right. So are there any questions?
Any questions? Barbara?
I only noticed it, it may have been at others, but for the church situation, you're removing part of the guardrail?
Yes, they've asked, so they can move people in and out of the seating area of the church. If
Part of our plan too, ma'am, the fire marshals, that's just egress, make sure everybody's safe and we can move everyone out safely. Stairs are built.
Yeah, the number,
Stairs, that's what I was wondering.
Yes,
about, is
ma'am.
what's
They build stairs.
you build the stairs there, okay.
the stairs we have are not wide enough to move the number of people that the fire department, fire marshal would like to see us move.
Yes, sir, yeah, the whole weekend, we've got plans for that.
I'm just curious.
Louis?
Is that going to require breaking of concrete and all that sort of thing?
No, sir, it's unscrewing of bolts.
It is.
Yes, sir.
The vertical poles, they unscrew,
They can unscrew also.
and once you unscrew those, you can remove the cross beams and take those pipes out.
We do this regularly. Yeah. Our festivals.
Yeah. Last couple of years,
I just don't get there often.
Yeah, all these activities I talked about, we do throughout the resort season for all the festivals and events that we have down there.
Okay. Sabrina?
So I wanted to find out, as far as what happens with other festivals, when do you have, and you may not know this, but when do you know, let's say you're having a concert, when do you know everybody that's going to be there? Does it change up until the last minute? Or I'm just asking.
You talking about
what's
event?
the
Sure.
I'm just asking.
Festival schedule.
Well, this one, but typically,
Yeah, typically the
for your-
promoter advertises that well in advance. This being a first year, they're challenged especially with the number of artists. Most of our festivals have a fraction of the number of artists that are coming to this one, so it is up to the promoter. We typically do know ahead of time. It was going to be the 15th that they were released it. Here we are, so we're waiting any moment now.
and in the future, will we be able to do, or maybe have that downline a little bit, or that deadline a little firmer so that we can plan a little bit better?
Oh, yes, ma'am. That's,
Okay.
it's been a regular and constant request.
I would think,
Asking.
And it has to do to some degree
Uh-huh.
with making sure they're solidifying who's there. How much time does the artist need to perform? And so they're working through it. This is definitely a first year growing pains in that scenario, but they're working through it and making sure they're solid on any last minute changes. So they've got a full day to program, whereas typically it's just the evening for most of the festivals that we have, where you only see 3 artists, or maybe there's 3 artists on 3 stages at the same time. This is one stage with a significantly long data program and the convention center, and so it's really up Pharrell and his team that are working through those last minute ones. give you a sense of the Coachella that was this past weekend in LA and this upcoming weekend in LA. The artists will run in about 30 to 40-minute sets typically.
And I appreciate that, and I get that. I know artists have schedules and they change. Just thinking for planning purposes. That's all. Helps us plan better.
If it was up to us, they would be nailed down. Yes, ma'am.
I understand.
Aaron,
So
did you
it's
have
not
something?
Yeah, echo the same thing. I think what Mr. Williams said is on target. And you got to keep in mind, it is summertime, so we're not the only festival that's going on within our country and even the
Sure, I
world.
know that.
So you know this, and as well. So a lot of the artists who are coming here is off the strength of Pharrell Williams, because once again, a lot of them aren't. They could be making a lot more money somewhere else performing. So I think trying to solidify that schedule, that lineup, is one of the things that I press for. That I know in the coming years, being that it is the first year, that they're for themselves to try to get out with more time so people can plan appropriately. But I do want to say that from Friday to Sunday, that the show will be kicked off. There will be major artists performing every single day, so from start to finish. So yeah.
Anybody else? Chief?
I just wanted to help with that a little bit. Is one of the
To the
things,
podium, please.
Yes, sir. Sorry. One of the things that's very helpful with this is that from the fire marshal side, again, we're the ones that kind of cause a fly in the ointment a lot of times for the safety, is that we already know, though, that whether it's 10 acts or 25 acts, that's their logistics to work out. It's 30 or 35,000 people. So for us, the planning purpose is the same. It'll be their logistics to work out, but for the safety of everybody, that plan will stay the same. So whereas normally we might know Jimmy Buffett is that we know what he probably brings and where we can put them, and then if we have to take out the railings or different things to get the egress and ingress already worked out. So we know it's 35,000 people to be able to build our plan. So it's just helpful.
Yeah, it is helpful because in some of the briefings I've been in, I mean, I do hear feedback, well, we don't know now. When we know, we'll let you know because we're still waiting, because we can't tell you A, B, C, and D because we're still waiting. That's just some of the feedback I was hearing.
Yeah, that's
So I was just curious.
I think that comes from the
That's all.
artist standpoint. If they're saying, well, I'm going to go do a free concert at Virginia Beach, I better make sure I can't make my money somewhere else. So I think
No,
they know,
it's-
last minute.
Yeah, and I get that, and I understand. And I'm not trying to take away anything from the festival.
Yeah.
I just look at things from a planning perspective, and when I hear it, I just ask the question to just see where we are on that.
Those are
And for
legitimate
future
concerns.
planning purposes, just to, to look at that.
Yeah, those
Because
are
we want to do
legitimate concerns,
things
yeah.
the best that we can do, in every event that we undertake. That's
Aaron,
all.
what night are you performing?
After we do we got to put our mural up, right?
Right.
Out of the 14 murals, we have one we got to paint, so bring your smart.
And we encourage people to, the app was made available this morning. And so we pretty much, if things go the way they have been going, the app will have the schedule when we get it probably. And as you'll see here, it says coming soon. So,
I've seen that.
We'll get a link, we'll get a link to you all so you can download it.
but they're incrementally every day adding more information, and that the app is one of the best ways to get that new information.
Is there anybody else? I just want to say, I want to thank the staff and thank Aaron. There's a lot of planning that's been going into this, a lot of logistics. And, and Sabrina, we take seriously what you say. And be assured, this is going to be the first event, and, it's a high magnitude event. And we're going to learn from it. There's going to be debriefings and everything. And if I could just go back in time, my little time capsule, back in the 60s in my misspent youth, we had this event that went on called Woodstock, and it was in New York, and it was a huge field, and I guarantee that they did not have the logistics and planning that went into that. But you know something? It was one of the most historical events of all time. And I met millions of people that have been there, I guess, because everybody swears that, but this was a big event with a lot of entertainers there. And a lot of the people bragged about that were there about all the logistical inconveniences they had, the lack of toileting and all the people, but that was part of the experience that they took away from Woodstock. Yeah.
If I can, just to follow, it's the staff, Mary. I can't take any credit. This is, the staff have done an above and beyond job here, and quite frankly, I've met with the promoters and the event planners as well, and they say they have done festivals all around the country, and Virginia Beach staff has been one of the best staff they've worked with, and that's a huge compliment if you understand the events they've done. So my hat's off to the staff as well.
I agree.
Keep up the great work. So.
And that's why this is going to be a historic event ourselves. Okay, how about at this point, we take a recess and take a 10-minute break?
Good job, guys.
In session.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. We are continuing on with our operating budget, and we've got 8 briefings coming at you. I appreciate your indulgence to talk about the public safety pay issues, because that way our chiefs can give their presentations and our sheriff can give their presentations. With that behind us, focus on the operating budget with the programs and programmatics that they've got in there. So we'll begin with Peter Wallace, and he is our Director of Information Technology, and he's here with his whole team, so rock and roll, Peter.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council, to the manager and staff. Appreciate the day today to present. Also want to introduce my staff, Ms. Carlos Aiken, in charge of strategy, Andre, who keeps me straight each and every day. I appreciate that. Boyan Derek is the Chief Data Officer, and we have Shannon Keat we saw him from the city of Norfolk. He's our budget person, and of course, Mr. Ed Feeney, Chart of Solutions. So we thank you very much. The IT budget is very simple. We have one mission in mind, and that is to create citizen-centric solutions. That's what we do. We have about 4 pillars of focus here. We're talking about cybersecurity, data analytics, operation excellence. That's the 3 things that we're going to concentrate on today. So basically, our department is about 193 strong. We have 9 divisions and a budget of $34 million plus. What you'll find out in that in slide here is that general funds really is about 80% made up of in general fund and about 20% internal funds. In general fund, the request today, again, goes on IT security. We have a risk management or risk insurance for this year. Very first time we're going to put that in there. This is very important because as we talk about cybersecurity, everyone has to have cyber insurance these days. So for the first time, we're going to make that happen for the city. We also have multi-factor authentication, and we have continuous monitoring. These are some of the big ones that are in our budget this year. So actually on the internal service fund side, you find that our budget is made up of 58% personnel. That's not unusual because we are the subject matter expert. And about 40% also in operation. That's maintenance of hardware, software, and things like that. From the overall budget, there's been no change really from last year to this year. You see some changes, and those changes are made about because I just introduced Carlos Aiken, and of course, Boyan, Chief Data Officer, and also there's one more, Chief Security Officer. This was recommended by Gardner about 4 years ago to build out the IT structure to include those departments. Happy to say that this year we rolled out 2 of those. The Chief Security Officer is also right now being advertised with a close date of April 30th. So what we have here is we have a reallocation, you will, a organization of the people that were in different buckets to go into those organizations. So we haven't added any overheads to that and any FTE. The same numbers, we just reallocate. So you'll find those differences in that budget. And how do we use technology to transform and enhance citizen operation? Well, a lot of it now is mobile. We are changing the way of how our citizens obviously do business with us because they expect more. Especially millennials, they want to make sure that they could have access from anywhere 7/24. So we rolled out more mobile applications. We're also looking at transparency with open data, and we're looking at efficiency. And we have to balance that very carefully, of course, with security. Once you have open data and once you have accessibility, you got to make sure that you're protecting the city's infrastructure. So those, again, are the cornerstone of our budget. So council, as you know, you just had 5 goals priorities that you just finished with your retreat. We've also included those to make sure that we can align our budget to make sure that we're meeting your needs. Stormwater, we have the Storm Sense project, which I'll kind of highlight that in the next slide. We also, on the public safety side, we now have an integrated public safety system. And of course, we heard about the VB apps as well as the ways we just went and tried to help transportation side. economic development, here's where we really taking a look at the transit cables, the subsea cables that we're going to bring into the region. And what we're doing there is trying to make sure that we leverage that opportunity to build a regional ring as well as data centers. There's some in the pipeline right now, and there's more to come. But again, that's supporting the initiative as well as education piece. We're also connecting the Norfolk as well as all the 5 cities in the south side. But we're also going to collect the ODU, Norfolk, and region to this ring as well. So it's a higher education. So it's not just about the city, but it's all about higher education as well. So if we highlight the Storm Sense project, we won 6 national awards with this project. And I would say this is a regional project, but on the city of Virginia Beach side, this allows us to have sensors that we have put, especially in flood zone areas that we know will flood. But that gives us opportunity to start capturing and measuring the water and the flood levels. So if you're living in a low-lying area, and we predict that it's going to rain for, let's say, a couple more hours and so much inches of rain, we can then start letting people know, our citizens know, and also our staff to say, okay, time to make sure that we close those streets down so you don't flood, turn back or drown, right? One of those things. So we can automate all of that. And we could also have the sensors that could go into the EOC, and also the mobility so that we can track those. So that's why that app has won so much national recognition, and I can't tell you how much named brand that we have received from that one application. The other part of it is about data. We know that data is everywhere in the city, but in some cases it's also siloed. So we started a whole initiative of creating a data academy that we start training our own people rather than hire consultants. We are now training staff. We have trained over 242 staff since the last year, and some are now going for higher certification. And once again, it's better that we invest in ourselves than someone who will come here and do work and then leave with that knowledge. So that's going quite well. And this is also going along the departments as we have more dashboards to have data to make predictive analysis decision versus emotional one. So that's the kind of stuff that we're doing with our budget. And data is an asset. So we're talking about how can we really draw a relevant insight to tell the information that we need for council to make a decision, for city manager to make a decision. That's what it's all about, is how can we maximize what we have already in the data and share that data. Open, transparency, that's the goal. And how do we manage it? The other part is cybersecurity. As I said before, this is becoming real. You've heard about the city of Atlanta. They have spent already like $2.5 million and they're still not fixed. The other headlines are there from all the cyber attacks. So it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So you got to be ready at all times. I'm happy to say that we have had very good success thus far, but we need to be very proactive and keep that up. We cannot rest because, again, because being a subsea cable landing, we are a target. Okay, you hear about the news about the China and the Russia and the North Korea out there sniffing around. It's real. I can't tell you how many things we block. So this is really important for us to make sure that we understand where we are and what we're dealing with. Every 14 seconds, someone is going to fall to a ransomware. Okay, so you see the numbers there. It's a very big business for people. They hold your data ransom, and you got to pay to get it back. So this, again, is what we look at mission number one. It's critical, and I'm happy to say that our budget really have increased and stepped up to this, and I want to thank the city manager for putting it in there because it's been long overdue, and we are not taking it lightly, and we're going to do some additional monitoring of this. We also got audited from the city auditor, and what's in here as well is also the recommendation. We're talking about the cyber insurance. It's going to be purchased, and also the expanded traffic monitoring and the continuous monitoring. So all that we took seriously and we put in the budget so that we can meet the city audit requirement as well as our own expectation from our own internal testing. So pretty much, one more slide, and we've also got a few awards. I have to leave without saying we've done well in 2018. We are recognized for IT excellence in our CIO Top 100, which is one of those national awards. And I must say that we've won 3 years in a row, Digital City Survey Award. No small feat, by the way. This is all national recognition. Okay, so we're doing well. We just received one this month in a special achievement for GIS for how we handle our maps and routing. So again, that's what we do. That's what we are, and I appreciate your support. Open for questions.
Any questions? Rosemary?
I'm just really glad that we are taking on the risk of cybersecurity, because every time you read about someone else, you think, it could have been me, it could have been us. And it's a huge worry, and it's like, we can't afford not to.
Absolutely.
Mr. Hanson?
I just want to reassure the council that we've been actively engaged as a team with report outs. We will be providing you a briefing following closeout of the budget, and we can get back to some other, what we're now calling routine business at hand at an elevated level. All the division chiefs that Peter introduced to you are meeting with me and senior leadership, and we are extremely embedded in this entire operation. I want to reassure you that I'm comfortable with the level of fidelity, that we know where we are, that we are on guard, and that can't say we're perfectly safe, but we took this serious. We've been engaged for a year now, and we just want you to know this is enhancement money, phase 2 implementation. Phase 1 is well underway, and I just want to reassure you there's no hesitancy here. And I'll be back to see you in executive session.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Thank you. Very good
Great job.
report. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're now gonna have our Commonwealth Attorney. Another Stolly, I might add. But anyway, Colin, thanks for joining us today. I appreciate you taking time out of your schedule.
Thank you, and I guess I need to apologize since I am one of 3 presentations involving Stollies today that you have to sit through, but in any event, I'm not going to go through my PowerPoint presentation. I know you all have gotten it in advance. Yes, I know that usually does get good feedback, but I know that you all have received it and had a chance to go through it. Our budget is not very complicated. In looking at it, there is a 2% increase on the judicial side, and that is due to body cameras, personnel for body cameras that you all have previously approved. There's also, as you can see, a 15% increase for our budget in victim witness. That stems from DCJS increasing the grant, the victim witness grant that we received, and that is why you see that increase in there. But really, those are the 2 increases. It accounts to an overall growth of 3%. And while I have the mic, I just want to take an opportunity to thank council and to thank city management for your all's commitment to my office and to public safety. Over the past 2 years, the Virginia Association of Commonwealth Attorneys has been fighting in the General Assembly so that Commonwealth Attorneys' offices around the state can receive funding from their localities due to the implementation of body cameras. And throughout that entire 2-year process, it was Virginia Beach that was used as the example of how a locality should, in fact, respond to helping out a Commonwealth attorney when a locality goes to body cameras. So your commitment to my office is known statewide because of all the help that you've given us. And again, I just want to say thank you. Any questions?
Jim Wood.
So just a question, Colin, on the body camera aspect of it. Are you finding, and I know it hasn't been implemented that long, but are you finding that it's assisting with prosecutions? I mean, is it, from your office's standpoint, I know it takes time, and I know you gave the example of going to a domestic violence call if there's three officers there for an hour, you've got 3 hours of video to watch, but is that also assisting with your prosecutions?
It is absolutely assisting in the prosecutions, keeping in mind that not everything that happens as a scene, as you well know, is going to end up on the body camera. However, it does help quite a bit when we are in court prosecuting the case, whether a defense attorney is advising his client or not, whether or how they should proceed in the case. The issue that arises for my office, as you all well know, is the preparation time leading up to that point is sitting down and going through all that footage.
Barbara?
Well, I was just wondering if it had kind of happened as you had predicted it would happen in the amount of time and so forth. I mean, it's covered as you had expected, and you've got the right amount of people now and so forth.
At this point in time, yes, ma'am. Phase 2 of the body cameras are going to be on the street here. I believe this month is when they're going to be on. So we've been operating under, for the last few months, of 110 cameras. So what we can tell at this point in time with the amount of footage that's coming in related to those cases, yes, ma'am, that is, our estimates right now seem to be right. But again, we'll see how it goes when that number goes from 110 to 450.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, and Colin, I just
Thank you all
wanted
very
to thank
much.
you and your office for being part of the public safety team that makes us one of the safest cities of the city our size in the United States. You're very much a part of that equation.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Colin. Have a good day. And invite Madam Clerk of the Circuit Court to join us. Tina's here with us today.
I am. I'm going to guess this is the corner. Is that it? No, you have it. Leave it there? Okay. That's why I brought my IT guy. I'm Tina Sinnen, for those of you who don't know me, the Circuit Court Clerk in this wonderful city. Honorable Mayor Dyer, honorable council members, Mr. Hanson, thank you. Rod, good to see you. Thank you again for giving me the opportunity to come before you today. I've been honored to serve as your Circuit Court Clerk for the last 16 years. I don't know where that time went. It really went in the blink of an eye. My staff and I are always here to serve the public. I have two of my staff here. My IT guy is Robbie Borum in the corner, and the supervisor of my land records is Emily Inman, both with lots of experience. Okay. We put together a very brief PowerPoint to show just a tiny bit of who we are and what we do. And like Colin, my budget is pretty cut and dry, very, very easy. But I like to come before you in particular with Councilwoman Wooten and Councilman Rouse that had not heard my spiel before, and kind of what we do and who we are. A lot of people don't know who we are. The Circuit Court Clerk's Office is charged with handling a multitude of duties assigned by the Code of Virginia, over 800 to be exact. I will tell you that at some point in your life, a person will need a service that is provided by my office. If you buy a piece of real estate, if you get married, if you have a child that gets married, if you have a civil dispute with someone in your neighborhood, if you lose a loved one, we handle all of that. I'll start with probate. When you lose a loved one, the last thing you want to deal with is the filling out of paperwork. It's an unfortunate necessity in most cases, and I have the most compassionate people in probate around the state. They're known. Other jurisdictions in the Commonwealth, they call my folks for help. They understand it's not government as usual, that someone across the desk from them has lost someone near and dear to them, and they never lose sight of that. Then we go to our licensing department. Did you go to probate? All right. I talk really quickly. All right. I like to refer to this as Happyville. This is, typically it's Happyville. We issue notaries, business names, hunting and fishing licenses, and of course, marriage licenses. Hunting and fishing licenses in the same place we do marriage licenses. We also house, and this is new for the last couple of years, a marriage commissioner on site in our office. We have 4 commissioners, and they rotate each week. It's truly been a plus for our citizens. I get more compliments, more comments on that daily, especially from our military
military. As you can see, we've dressed up a room, making it a very warm, inviting, pretty place to get married, not just some cold office that somebody stands up and marries you. And as far as I know, we're the only ones that offer that in this area. And it's been extremely successful. We had, I believe it was last February, Valentine's Day, if you will. I don't know if it was the last one or the one before that. We had a bit of snow, and every office around us closed except Virginia Beach. We had over 55 marriages we performed that day. A lot. It was helped out by the weather, but we were the only ones that stayed open, and we actually got to do that. So I not just the marriage commissioner, I got involved in because the line was out the door. But it was and we heard nothing but good things from that day, and people that had planned on getting married in Hampton or Newport News or Chesapeake, they came to Virginia Beach. All right, one of the main functions as keeper of the records, of course, is recording all the documents that affect land ownership. Deeds of trust, DD 214s, which is your military discharges, judgments, subdivision plats, to name just a few. We have these records dating back to the 1600s. We have a vault that we house some of our oldest records in. Some, of course, we've had to send to the Library of Virginia. Those are very old, and you have to get special permission to go see them. Everybody gets permission, but they are housed somewhere that somebody can keep an eye on because they're so old. But of course, with technology, a lot of these records aren't, I love the books. I love my books. It's just who we are and what we've done for years and years. Many records in our office. The index that we have with our technology online goes back to about October of 1965. Right, Emily? October 1965. And the images go back to about 1952. We have a couple spots in there that we are trying to, that were done sporadically, that we're trying to get online now. Of course, that costs money, but we've already scanned those documents in, so they'll be next to go in. So you can basically do a title search from your office, from your home, if you will. We still have those 5 or 6 title people that they just love coming in. So we still have them, but certainly not as much traffic as we used to have. But anyway, I love these books. That's in our vault. And those, like I said, those records, you can see right here, the minute books go back to 1691. And they're fun to read. You should come down. If you've never been in my office, I welcome you to come down and look at those records. So, yeah, it's a neat place. It really is. Something I take great pride in, and it old school in me, that the records are the records. But we have to have the clerk's office to have those records so that, you know, our children, our children's children, they can go back and look that we were here, you know. All right, next. So in the courtroom, let's see, where we go. No, in the criminal department, we handle misdemeanors, felony cases. We assign these cases to the daily dockets for our 8 judges at present. We prepare the workload for those cases, subpoenas, garnishment, court orders. We maintain those orders, making sure the orders are adhered to as prescribed by the code. We calculate and ensure the collection of all criminal fines, costs, and restitution for the victims. We handle those collections lately in the last couple of years in conjunction with the treasurer, Lee Henderson. Her and her staff are doing a great job for those collections. We did that because we had a law firm doing it, and they were doing an okay job, but the treasurer has other means of collecting besides. So you come to court, you pay your fine, you get a payment agreement, you default on that agreement, you're coming back to court, more fines and costs are assessed. It was just a debtor's prison, a revolving door, if you will. The treasurer actually has some other means available to her to collect that money. And so they are being pretty successful with that. And last to mention, but certainly not least, would be the criminal appeals process and submitting that record to the Court of Appeals. There's a lot to that. Okay. In the courtroom, we provide judicial courtroom assistance to our judges, giving all the oaths for the plaintiffs, defendants, all the witnesses. We also take in all the evidence, the guns, the drugs, the other weapons, sometimes DNA, and we are entrusted with those items for safekeeping. So if you've never seen my vault either, that's interesting to see as well. We've had a lot, which has been interesting to me. I didn't start on the court side, but have learned a lot over the years. But the DNA is very important. We have people like the Innocence Projects. Those folks working on those projects come in to see a lot of our evidence. It's been very interesting to see what happened in the paper, those 2 young ladies that were killed back in the cold case. And we had DNA hits for those, and they were actually able to solve that murder. So it's pretty amazing when you think about it. Science has come a long way. Okay, we file in the civil department. We file all the larger size civil suits and everything that is appealed from those district courts. We keep the order of the file for our judges, making sure that all parties get copies of the order. We prepare all the post-judgment executions. Civil is also where we handle name changes, adoptions, divorce, appointment of guardians and conservators, injunctions, and we issue concealed handgun permits. That's grown. That was in 2018, we issued 6,500, over 6,500 concealed weapon permits. It's a lot. Okay. And just recently in 2018 also, we went fileless. We're not all the way there yet, if you will. It was a hard sell for my judges because they're used to that, like me, old school, wanting that file. And honestly, the Supreme Court system goes down. It's very difficult to run court without a file if you don't have the computer in front of you. But we're working on that, and we're getting there. Not all the way there yet, but it is technology working, and that's the way the Supreme Court is trying to guide us. Anyway. Okay. So that's civil. Just a brief showing of some of the revenue that we collect from our work. These figures are from 2018. The city fines we collected were a little over $157,000. The recording tax on deeds is a little over $6 million, and that's in a down year. The city's share of grantor's tax was $1.6 million. The city tax collected on wills was about $100,000. The transfer fees were about $17,000. And I'm happy to say that Virginia Beach is still an excess fee office, which means that we make more money for us than it costs to run us. Our excess fees were $1,180,000 this year for 2018. So I'm very grateful to my mayor, my council, my city manager, extremely grateful, for always being willing to listen and support our office and what we do for the public. I have the best circuit court clerk's office in the state by far. They call Virginia Beach for everything. They call, how do you do this? How do you do that? Tell me how you adopted the form. The Supreme Court comes out. We're not a forms court. So a lot of the petitions and court orders, and they'll call us to see how we helped the public. And we do it efficiently. And so I do have the best staff in the state, and they're making you proud every day by being true public servants, because that's what I stress. We are a public servant, no more nor less. That's what we do, and that's what we're here for. And I will be, that's quick, but I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Aaron, I just have a question. Does the states, when they consider the driver's license unconstitutional?
Correct. That's going to affect us.
Right, so
It's really going to affect the treasurer's office as well. It actually, it makes, I could argue both sides of that. It makes our job easier because it's a lot, as you can imagine, 647,000 licenses suspended, and Virginia Beach has their share of those. That's a ton. I believe it was about, I think that's the number, it's over 600,000. And so to keep track of that, so they come in and they pay, and then they get reinstated, and the DMV has their fees, another debtor's prison, honestly. They have their fees, so they pay that. They might pay for a couple months, and they're out of work, or what have you, and then they default. Now again, they've got to pay an additional fee on top of that. They don't pay the fee by a certain date, license gets suspended. So they come back a couple months later, we're doing the same thing all over again. It's a lot to keep up with, frankly. And you have to go in the system, you have to put it in the Supreme Court's financial system, and it kicks out the driver's license, if they do that. So I think it'll help. It'll certainly help with the workload. We were of the mindset in Virginia Beach that if you want to give me $5, I'm going to take $5. It does, so bending a little, I think, helps. I mean, because if they don't have a license, they can't get a job, they can't work. Therefore, it's just a vicious cycle. I don't know what the dollar ramification will be to the state. I don't know, Ken, if you've heard any of, is it going to be better? Are they going to collect as much as they're collecting fines and costs with or without the license suspension? I don't know that answer. That I'm sure they'll keep track of that this year, whether it's the same, about the same, is it less?
But did the locale, then we get fees from that as well?
We do.
All right, so out of that city fine, can you go back, I believe it was 17?
How much? I don't know. I don't really know.
I'm just trying to, okay.
I would be a guess. I I don't know. And I think the legislators don't know, honestly. And that's going to be revenue that might have an effect on Virginia Beach. So I don't know how to answer that question. I am going to stay on my legislators because it's a fine line, because then how do you collect? In particular, the restitution that's owed to the victims. How do you make them pay then? If you don't suspend their license, that's something tangible you can hold from somebody. You know, they can't do anything. They can't go to a doctor. They can't go see their parents. They can't go, they can't travel. So without that license, you have a little bit of a hold to make them stay on a payment plan. And we do payment plans. It's not like we say, oh, you got to pay us $5,000 or that's it. We have a plan for them, just like anybody else. And so it's a fine line, because I don't know how we're going to collect the fines and costs and the restitution, more importantly, for the victims.
Thank you, Tina.
You're welcome.
Okay, anybody else? Tina, thank you. Your department is indeed one of the points of pride in our city.
Thanks so much,
Please
Bobby. I
pass
appreciate
that on
that.
to your staff.
Thank you,
on
Mr.
behalf
Mayor.
of the council.
Appreciate that.
Thanks, Tina.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Thanks.
And sir, our sheriff.
Thank you.
Another star.
I know him from somewhere.
Yeah, I've been here before, I think. Yeah. Mr. Mayor, I can't help but to recognize how efficient you are. We're just 7 members here. So, no observations. No recommendations, just an observation, yeah. Today I have Rocky Hogan with me, my chief deputy. I also have Aaron McCoy with me, my finance director. And I had 3 things I wanted to talk to you about. I wanted to talk to you about the pay parity, which we've already talked about. I also want to talk to you about our budget for a second. I'm not going to read it over the budget. Y'all can do that, and y'all probably have done that. But I want to draw your attention to page 3. That's where we go into the expenditures that we have, where we spend your money. And so I thought it was important to recognize that. What I'd really like to spend time on today is the healthcare initiative, where we give you money back. And I want to introduce Angie Hicks and Eileen Smith here that have helped me make this presentation. We have, for years we've been working to try and address the mental health problem in the courts in the jails that we have. And right now we have about 1,600 inmates, and about 450 of those inmates are mentally ill or on some sort of mental illness medication. And I think it's a shame that that's the way it is, but I think there's a silver line in this cloud. If we can treat them while they're in there, I think we can have a good result. And so I think, I'm not going to go over this. Do they have this package? Yeah, all right. I don't want to go over all of this, but I want to go over a couple things here. The problem that we have had in the past, these people come into jail, and we don't do an assessment of them right away. We try to assess them when we do the medical assessment of them, but it's a poor job that we do because we don't have the experts to do that. And we have been working with the health department for a number of years to try and address this, and we think we've got it addressed now. And we went to Richmond and we got $916,000 to address this year. And so it's the first of a 3-year program, a pilot program. We think it's going to be the best in the state. But what we're going to do is we're going to, from the time they come into jail, actually before they come into jail, we're going to try and increase diversion. And then once they come into jail, we're going to do an assessment of them. That assessment is critically important because we need to know how to treat them when they come into jail and what we're going to treat them with. And we're going to have the experts do this. The money that we got is not for the sheriff's office. We debated this for years about how we're going to spend this money, and it's going to go to the health department and the community service board, and they're going to provide the people there to do the assessment and the treatment while they're in jail. But more importantly, there's a continuum of care once they get out of the jail where the health department will continue to treat them, or human services will continue to treat them. And I think this is going to be the best program in the state, and I think we're going to really have a good result. Now, some of the things I think we're supposed to realize here is that all the individuals will receive a screening and assessment within the 48 hours of admittance to jail. The implementation, in addition to that, will implement a new family education and engagement initiative to support successful community and family reentry and integration. It will decrease recidivism rates among individuals with mental illness and study the disorder and diagnose and measure a baseline for 6 months and then annually afterwards. And the recidivism rate is about 95% right now of our mentally ill. It's like a death sentence to the mentally ill to come to jail. And so we're going to increase communications between health, human services, and the sheriff's office and the medical behavior health staff to manage incarcerated individuals through daily, and weekly team meetings as appropriate. Now, I can tell you from first-hand experience, we had a gentleman come into our jail about a month ago, and the police arrested him, and he was naked running around Hilltop. And he said he was God, and the police arrested him. They tried to get him into a diversion, and they tried to take him and get him some psychiatric treatment, and they refused to take him. So they brought him down to our jail, and we did evaluations of him. He wasn't deemed to be suicidal or anything, but we knew he was mentally ill, and we put him in general population, and he ended up hanging himself 2 days later. And so, as much as we had team meetings with the health department and human services every day, trying to address that man's bad, his shortcomings, his mental illness, and we weren't able to do it. Now, I think we'll be able to do that. We'll be able to save that person's life. And so that's a real example of how the system's failing right now and how we'll work in the future. And so I think this is a remarkable program. I'm very happy that General Assembly funded the program. And I want to give Angie Hicks and Elaine Smith an opportunity to get up here and say what they think about the program. Elaine.
Thank you, sir. I'm Eileen Smith. I'm with the Human Services Department. I came a couple weeks ago and talked to you a little bit about our budget and mentioned this project. I can't tell you what it means to us as a department to serve the mental health population in the city. And of course, Angie, I'm sure she would echo this. And to have a sheriff who is so devoted to finding a resource and finding services to help this population. I mean, when I go and I talk to my peers, they are just in awe of what I'm telling them that we're doing. So it's a big thank you to you for everything that you do to support this population. Our goal is the same as your goal, that they don't come in, first of all, if they don't need to. Otherwise, if they do come in, we want to assess them properly, assess them fast, and get them out successfully. So transition them to something in the community so they don't have that recidivism. And again, I would just say that it's a pleasure to work with this sheriff and his undersheriff and his whole team. And every day that we go into a meeting with them, they are so supportive of us. And it is just a wonderful experience, and we're looking forward to starting in July. Want to say anything?
Sure. I just want to echo the thanks and the gratitude. I think I speak with my peers around the region and around the state, and they do not have the same relationship that we do with the sheriff and the staff. So we're very thankful for that. And what we're hoping is through this new project and the tracking of outcomes, we could actually have a state model for how to do this work. So we're very proud and excited.
Thank you.
If I could end up on saying that they're both very modest, they helped develop, they wrote this program themselves, and I've been encouraging them to be involved in this as much as I possibly could, and I've been a pain in the butt for most of the time, but they've really done a great job. And let me just say that something I think that is important to notice is that we have there's a case called I can't find it now. It's on my notebook over here. I have a case out of Western Virginia, out of western part of Virginia, and it's the Laston versus Clark. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but I can give you the site of it. And it says that a sheriff is held responsible for not providing mental health treatment for his inmates, and so, and that I've got to provide mental health treatment, and I got to provide services to them, and if I can't, and I'm susceptible to injunctive relief and also punitive damages and compensatory damage if I don't do that. So I think the city, what you have to do as a sheriff, you have to go to mental health people and say, what do we need to treat these people? And this is what they said we needed to treat these people. And so I think that they're getting the state to fund the first year, but it's great. And I'm going to try and work on the second and third year, but I think this is the minimum that we need to do. So I think this is very important that we do this, and I think we're obligated to do it. So with that, I'll answer any questions that you all have.
Anybody? Aaron, and then Jim.
I guess my first of all, thank you, Sheriff, for you've been an advocate for mental health. I mean, this is such a integral part of our community that gets overlooked when you talk about our inmates. And one I know all too well with my father being incarcerated. My question for you is, and it's more so on the lines of, we say inmate support and the Care Mart, where the app JPay.
Yes.
Does the city, do you get any return from those fees that they institute when sending,
I think, Aaron, do we get any, I think that JPEG is a requirement that we provide the training for JPEG. And so I think the GED is not. The JPEG is a requirement that we provide that. So I think we have to provide that regardless. And so.
so you don't get any, I guess, fees that's returned from that, from sending inmates care packages or?
No. What we do is we dedicate the money. We try to be as creative as we can, and so I have CareMart, and I dedicate. I charge $2 a package for every CareMart order that goes through, and the city attorney says it's all right to do that. And so I charge $2 a package. I use that money for a reentry program, and I use that for our educational programs. I use that money to educate the substance abuse, religious programs, and the educational programs, the GED and the JPEG. But so we get money to do that, but it's money that we make up, and so I think that we don't get any return from the school board on that. I think we contribute something for the GED to the school board, but school board comes up with the rest of that money. Any other questions?
So two questions. One, following on the comment about CareMart. I noticed that expenditure is down this year. Is that program?
No, the expenditures are, I think the program, we're in the process of advancing that program. We'll make we'll gross about $3 million on that program this year. And I think that the expenditures just reflect probably the advancement of the program. We were trying to go from 1 day to 5 days on the CareMart program and Fresh Air program.
So the next question is just been a lot in the media about the regional jail.
Yeah.
And they talked about how they're no longer, I guess, getting federal inmates. Are you able to pick up any of those? 'Cause I know
Well,
in the past,
I don't know that one federal inmate, to be honest with you, Jimmy. The reason is that, I don't want any immigration inmates, because a lot of people don't realize, but that's not criminal violations, those are civil violations. And so I have to have 2 different standards in my jail for civil violations, and for those that are held civilly and those that are held criminally. And so it creates problems in my jail to do that. And the state gets 50% of all the money that we get. So if I get $63 a day, they take $32 or $33 out of that right away. And so like Norfolk gets $45 a day for all the federal prisoners. They only make $25 a day. They're paying $75 a day for $200 at the $75 a day for the regional prisoners that they have in the regional jail. Something else I'd point out to you, that Virginia Beach is the only location in Hampton Roads that doesn't belong to a regional jail. And what's happening with these regional jails is the inmates, Norfolk, and not to criticize them, but they're taking the worst of the worst, the mentally ill and the worst of the worst, and they're putting them all in regional jail. So the regional jails are a prescription for disaster, and so we're the only jurisdiction that's not a member of it. Once you get in, you can't get out unless all the other jurisdictions let you out, and they don't let you out because it costs too much money to let you out. So I think we deal with all the prisoners here in Virginia Beach, and I think it's the best way to do that. I don't know if that answers your question or not.
Thanks.
Barbara?
Well, I'm sure our citizens don't have any perception of what a good, caring sheriff we have. That's come across so much today in your presentation, and I just thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Ben thanks you and your crew, what you do for the city every day, 24/7.
I want to thank you again for everything y'all have done for the pay parity. I can't tell you how important that is for us. Yeah, thank you very much. All right.
Eileen, Angie, thank you.
Look at the mess you made.
I don't know any other city that does that.
See, Rocky.
And the only reason why I start with
So, may I proceed, Mayor?
Yes, you sure can.
Okay. Mr. Williams, Stephen Williams, ECCS, better known as 911-311, here he is.
All right.
Well,
Sometimes 911's like 411.
yeah.
All right. So good afternoon, everybody. I brought some of my staff with me. Jada Lee's our operations manager. She makes the magic happen when people call 911 and 311. And Bobby is our administrative manager for our downstairs admin area. So basically, real quick, pretty straightforward. This is what our divisions. We're made up of 3 divisions: administration, 911, and 311. We have about $11 million budget. About 85% of that or so goes towards people. Then the next slide. We do get a little grant from the state, $3,000. We're also, we will get a larger grant this year that we're applying for. to help fund some next generation 911 stuff. This is the breakdown of where we're at. The $250,000 there is for our computer-aided dispatch system. As you know, we have what's called the Integrated Public Safety Project that's been going on for a couple of years. That was our piece of the CAD system that's just getting moved over into IT budget, a subscription budget to pay for our portion of the IPS, the CAD system. Want to give you guys a quick training update where we're at. We kind of talked about this last year. We're only a couple of months in. We're still have vacancies, and I'll certainly get to that in a minute. But we've been able, we're really seeing some good returns on our training program. Last year we only had about 3-4 months in. Now we've got pretty much about 3 years in solid of where we're at. And I know that math doesn't add up right, but where we started making changes and that sort of thing, the big changes are about 18 months in or so. We've been able to reduce the number of days that a person goes until they can really make impactful on the floor, and that's what we call provisional, when they can start working by themselves. They're still monitored. All our employees are monitored through quality assurance and that sort of thing, but that's when they can start making an impact. Their hours of increase of training, about 10 hours in our new program versus our old, and then that's our on-the-job training piece of it. That doesn't include hours in classroom. Classroom hours are about 10 weeks of classroom training, and then they start on the floor on their additional training. The average hours they work, currently we're working 12-hour shifts over there, so the average hours of training they get is about 4 hours, close to 5, 4.5 hours or so. But that makes up of what we call, again, on the job, where they're answering the phone and that sort of thing. During that time of day of training, they're also doing some additional class work, getting certifications like in emergency management certifications, things like that we require along the way, and other training. You know, the sheriff just spent a lot of time talking about mental health. One of the things we're fortunate of, all of our employees and operations are trained in CIT. And our trainers, Jada and Katie Boone, who's not with us today, they actually teach that class all over the U.S. With 911 employees and also with the help of the police department and human services. So that's something we kind of kicked off in Virginia Beach, but we deal with so many mental illness calls, just like the sheriff was telling you how he deals with them, but we're on the front end of that. So that's training that's made up there. The biggest impact we've seen is we've cut off about 70 working days. So working days are basically Monday through Friday. It's a 40-hour work week is kind of how we calculated that. So when we say 60 days, that's 2 months of working days, but that works out to almost 3 months of calendar days when you tie in the weekends that they're not working. So our training program is making a good impact to getting on the floor and getting the employees where they need to be, helping us out and helping the citizens out. All right. These are just some of our major initiatives that we've worked on. Probably I've been here 4 years, but the 3 or 4 before that, the state was talking about what they were going to do with the wireless funding. That finally got approved and passed and is in state code now. So we received about a $500,000 reduction each year we receive from the state for wireless funding based on the new formula. The top 5 jurisdictions that were impacted, 4 of them were here in Hampton Roads. The 5th one was Fairfax County. They were number 1 and we were number 2. Fairfax County was about $1 million. We lost about $500,000. And that just dealt with calculation of how they do it. Prior to the change, they used to add in salaries for like your IT workers and things like that, but they took all that out. And that's really impactful to larger centers like us who have more dependency on IT than some of the smaller centers have. So it has impacted us. They are going to review that on a yearly basis to see how it's going. So hopefully we'll see some of that money back. One of the things we've noticed is the state, prior to 2 years ago, you submitted your 911 call volume to the state yourself. Personally, I questioned some of that just based on what I saw out there across the state. When they're taking $500,000 away from us, it's a pretty big deal. So now the state pulls that. They provided a software product that pulls that call volume for us, and we're starting to see some numbers level out. So we're hopeful when they recalculate that with more precise numbers or better numbers that that formula switch to our way a little bit more and get us more funding. The 911 selective router replacement, that's the grant program that I mentioned earlier. We're hoping to get somewhere around $550,000 from the state through this grant program. What this does is this replaces infrastructure that some of it's been around for 50 years. It's infrastructure that's controlled by the Verizons of the world. You know, in our case, it's Verizon. that sets in a central office somewhere and helps route 911 calls. Well, today when you call 911, we get very limited information from a cell phone. And about 70% of our calls today are from cell phones. So it requires us to stay on the phone a little bit longer trying to figure out where the person is, and it ties up people, right, trying to figure it out. And, you know, a lot of complaints that I get, and probably some that you guys get through your constituents, are why doesn't 911 know where I'm at? Starbucks does, but why doesn't 911? So this right here is a major step in getting to this. So we're working with IT on this. We hope to have an RFP. We have the RFP issued. We're in that process now. We hope to be deploying this software somewhere, this equipment and software somewhere in this next 6 to 18 months. We'll be one of the first in the region to do it. We will be the first to do it in the region. Fairfax County is doing it in Northern Virginia now, and the state worked with that region first based on population. We're number 2, so we should have this online, which we should see some vast improvements on being able to help people. It also will allow us to receive multimedia eventually, so videos and pictures from scenes, where today we can receive text messages, but this will allow us to receive more information. Also allow us, if we get in an emergency situation like a Hurricane Matthew or something like that, the ability to route some of our calls if we're too busy to another jurisdiction so they can answer them to help us out. So maybe people won't have to stay on hold. That's down the road, but that's what this allows us to do. We're on the 311 side, which is the city services side. We're currently working on requirements for customer relationship management system. That basically is going to help us track city requests that come in. So potholes, my trash wasn't picked up, things like that. This is going to eventually, in the coming years, potentially roll out to all the city departments. And it kind of gets you be able to generate reports. Like you'll be able to, for your district, if you want to see how many times citizens have called about tall grass, we can pull that for you and you'll be able to do it. And it kind of gives you the heartbeat of the city. This is what people are calling us about, right? We've recently deployed what's called Rapid SOS Lite, which allows us to get better cell phone data. We plug the phone number in another computer system. We get a better location of a person. And we really, we've been doing this a couple of months, and we've had a couple of success stories where one recently is we found a victim of domestic violence who was beaten badly on the side of the road and couldn't tell us where she was at. And we were able to pinpoint her exactly using this software, where the cell phone was giving us a several blocks away different location. This new software allowed us to pinpoint where they are. You know, that just takes us time, which prevents us from answering other calls. And we've also launched some new products and in the process of launching some products with what we call Rave Mobile Safety Platform, which is Smart 911, which people will be able to go in and put in information about themselves. If they've got medical conditions, if they've got a child who has autism or something like that, they'll be able to put it in and that information will pop up to us. Today, a lot of that information comes from citizens calling us, and we put that in our CAD system. The problem is the citizen doesn't always call us back to tell us they've moved or something like that. So we don't always know to take that information out. So this new system is going to be on the citizen to update it themselves and keep that information current for us so we can provide them the best we can. We're doing a new alerting system that's going to replace our current one, and you'll be able to send text messages to sign up. It's going to bring us to the 21st century. We're pretty excited about that. And lastly, with Prepare, Rave Prepare is what it's called. This is something we're going to work with emergency management with, but this is a software that citizens can go in who may have are vulnerable citizens. So maybe they're on home oxygen, and they want to put that in there. So we'll be able to, if we lose power during a major storm, we can draw a circle around that section of the city and be able to find folks who have registered who may have some vulnerability issues, you know, need help getting to shelters or things like that. So that's some of the big stuff we've been working on and that we're going to continue to work on throughout 2019, 2020. Any questions?
Okay, I'll go ahead.
Okay.
The complaint I get is calling 911 and getting a busy signal. Can we address that, because it seems like I've been getting it.
Yeah, so not a busy, so they shouldn't get a busy signal. They will get a message that says, hey, you've reached Virginia Beach 911, please hold on until somebody can help you. There's a lot of things that play into that, Councilwoman. One is staffing, which we staff the best we can, utilizing overtime and that sort of thing. And that's actually increased as we hire people and keep people there. The other thing is these technology improvements that help us as well. You know, we're spending, if somebody calls us from a wireline phone, we get the address they're calling from, all that information, the phone number it's registered to, all that information automatically pops up. If you call from a cell phone, the first bit of information we get from you is basically the cell phone tower you're hitting. So if you're driving down 264 or you're near, let's say, Wichita and 264, there's a chance that if you dial 911 there, that call goes to Norfolk. If it hits a cell tower in Norfolk, that's where that 911 selected router replacement is going to help us route those calls correctly. It's also going to help us get better information from the caller, so we don't have to say, where are you located at? Because typically when somebody calls 911, the first question we ask is, what's the location of the emergency? And a lot of time people tell us, they just say, my house is on fire, or my neighbor's house is on fire. Okay, what's the address? Well, all the animals are out. What's the address? Well, I've knocked on my neighbor's door. So it takes us now sometimes anywhere from 20 seconds to a minute just to get the address of the caller, where they're at, before we can get help sent. And that's actually been an issue with wireless phones, is we get so many calls. We had an incident of fire just recently on 264, I believe, and we received upwards of 50 calls just on that brush fire. And so that doesn't account for what else is going on in the city. So that's why they experience it. The other thing that I would like to say is, we really need people not to hang up, because when they hear that message, they have the tendency to hang up, which creates a twofold problem for us, because we're going to call that person back, but they also go back in the end of the line, because it's first come, first served when you call right now. So yeah, that's definitely a concern we have, and unfortunately, I wish there was a magic fix for it. There's not. It's impactful all over the region in the U.S. I know that doesn't make it better, but we ask that if people call, they let us know where they're at, and they stay on the phone if they hear that message.
Not a comforting call.
Absolutely not.
For people to get. That's,
I
what
agree.
hear. Well, why was that? Maybe busy signal was mine, but why was I put on hold?
Yeah.
That's.
And the other thing, so we answered about 225,000 911 calls last year, which for a long time in Virginia Beach, our 911 call volume was actually trickling down a little bit, but it's peaked back up over the years. But a lot of those complaints that we hear about that come to us is, well, what if I had an emergency? And that's part of the issue, is people sometimes use 911 for things that are not life-threatening. But we have to answer that call, and we have to process that call in the order it came in, just like it was. So one of the things we've really been working on over the past year is attending more events. I think this past year we did 39 events out in the community, including job fairs and going to schools and going to community meetings and that sort of thing. And plus having tours of the building from community groups, is we've been talking to people, hey, if it's a life or death emergency, call 911. If it's not, if you're in a car accident and nobody's hurt, that's a 385-5000 call to our non-emergency number. So we've got some stuff we're working on for the remainder of the year to try to keep educating folks, and then also being able to handle, telling people, hey, call 385-5000 if it's not an emergency.
The 311, of course, that's another thing out there. We reinstituted it a couple of years ago, and I think the impetus for reinstituting it was the short-term rental thing, which I guess we'll get to eventually. But, we've kind of told people that, well, 311 is going to be the number for you to call if there's a problem with a short-term rental near you. Are y'all gearing up with special training to be able to address that, and how it's going to be, when this ordinance takes effect in November?
Yes, ma'am, we are. And that's one of the things we're hopeful with that customer relationship management system that's out there that's going to help us with that. The other thing is with 311 is we really we're working on a plan with Human Resources and our department to really expand what 311 does. 311 was originally set aside by the FCC as a police non-emergency number. But over the years, it's changed into a city services type deal. So what we're working on is changing our 311 to be able to not only handle that short-term rental call that you're talking about, or the weather-related calls, or the other city services calls. They handle about 130,000 contacts a year from citizens or so through email and chat and that sort of thing and phone. But it's gearing them up to help with some of these non-emergency calls. So we can go to people and say, hey, if you're in a minor fender bender, call 311. If your car's been towed, call 311. If you, see a suspicious person in your neighborhood and you're not sure about it, but you don't see nothing scary about them other than they look out of place, call 311, right? Call 911 if you need an ambulance. If you wake up and your spouse isn't breathing, or your child's having an issue, or you have a severe injury, or a car accident with, significant injuries. That those are, if we get a call, if we get a car accident at Independence and 264 at 5 in the afternoon, we'll get somewhere 20 to 30 calls on that, and chances are there's nobody even hurt. It's just blocking, and then we have to treat each one of those calls and work through it with, what color are the vehicles, and I can tell you, 20 or 30 people see 20 or 30 different color vehicles and different locations and stuff, and so.
We really don't have a public information number though, because it sounds like 311 is awfully busy with other things.
Well, they're not at capacity. 311's not. So it's definitely still a public information number. We can still handle call volume to that too, and we're cognizant of that as well, right? We want to make sure that if a citizen calls with a citizen concern, that it's answered as quickly and efficiently as possible. And most of those calls are pretty easy. It's typically, hey, can you tell me who's the closest fire station that comes to my house? I just moved here, my insurance company's asking. Or where do I go register to vote at? Or, we get a lot of things for other services that are maybe Dominion related that we either transfer them off to or that sort of thing. Get a lot of questions about taxes, real estate assessments. And so they're trained to handle that all, but we're super cognizant of that as well.
Anybody else?
All right.
Thank you for doing a most essential service. Public safety often starts with you folks.
Yes, sir. We appreciate it. So this week is National Telecommunicators Week across the U.S., and I know, Mayor, you're going to stop by, I think, on Friday. You may not got that part of your calendar yet, but
that is correct.
Friday afternoon. But if you guys, anybody wants to come by throughout the week or any time for a tour to talk to them, they'd certainly appreciate it, because they're definitely the folks who work in my department are definitely unsung heroes, for sure.
I'll tell you what, it's a high-stress, high burnout type of profession, and I applaud the men and women that work for you to do what they do.
Thank you, sir. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Thanks,
All right,
Steve.
thanks.
Thanks, Bobby. Jada. Right arm, left arm. Thank you. All right, moving on. We got Chief Brazel and EMS next. And we're tracking fairly.
I'll take care of that, sir. Good afternoon. Happy to be here to talk to you about your EMS department. I've got Deputy Chief Joey Hundley with me today. He's just joined the city a couple months ago, coming back from some time away with the Navy, but he's going to be my right-hand man for moving forward. So let's talk about our budget. We're broken up into 6 divisions, each varying sizes. We have 97.55 FTEs. That includes the people we're going to talk about, the new positions. That's everything from part-time lifeguards, which really is about 70 people, but that's shrunk down to about 10 FTEs. On average, we're staffing 12 ambulances. That's at the peak times. We've done our analysis. I've talked to you about this before, that we don't need as many ambulances necessarily at 3 in the mornings. We do them 3 in the afternoon. So we make our adjustments from that. But the key takeaway is that the volunteers remain the core of our ambulance staffing. The other thing that, and I had personal experience with another agency, our cost per call is much, much lower than anywhere else in Hampton Roads, if not the nation, and that's because of the volunteer contribution. Our volunteers actively, it varies month to month, but qualified, running duties on the schedule, 439 EMTs and above. I like to say that, that's avoiding hiring 92 people. So that's the impact there. We got a lot of volunteers doing other things. The big one that I like to highlight is there's 207 in classes and in the pipeline coming behind. There's always a churn, people coming and going, but those numbers are looking good. Our budget, the majority, actually all but a sliver, comes from city funds. I know other public safety agencies get a lot of state and federal dollars. We get a tiny little amount, of which most goes towards training. The expenses, the outflow is the majority is personnel. And I like to just carve out almost 14% is the oceanfront lifeguard contract. So it's essentially a pass-through of my budget. Again, the divisions, there's always variations in the theme as we move money between divisions. The big change this year will be in the 8 FTEs I'll talk about with the Burton Station. And no major changes in our budget. You approved a couple months ago the oceanfront lifeguard contract. That did come with an additional cost, which will then go up 3% every year from now. But we're pretty excited. Actually, VBLS will be involved in something in the water. They're going to be part of the response. And then first week of May, lifeguard stands start appearing on the boardwalk, and then by Memorial Day, the full expansion with Sandbridge guards, the city guards, hitting on Memorial Day. But our biggest thing is Burton Station. We're going to build Burton Station, and we've got to staff it. And this is something different than we've done in the past with EMS. When we've added stations, it's, oh, the volunteers will come and they'll build it, or they'll be there. Well, to staff a station around the clock requires mathematically 50 volunteers, all who are available around the clock and never quit. Okay, I do factor in sick, but 50 volunteers around the clock. So much like when we're going to build a new city facility, we hire the staff to go in the city facility. We're going to build a new station. I can't just add 50 volunteers. And I have 17 locations that I could put ambulances now, or crews. And so it's a lot to ask the volunteers to immediately, you must cover this. Now that said, I'm not hiring 8 medics to make this the first paid city EMS station. No, no, no. This is, if we're exceeding the capacity of the volunteers for this one location, but these 8 will go in the mix. If there aren't volunteers to be available to staff that station, then there's going to be a career crew there. But if I can put 1 career, 1 volunteer, great. It's 2 volunteers, great. The two career medics, no, they don't get to go sit on the beach and eat ice cream. They're going to go to one of the other 17 locations so we can put ambulances. So what this does is ensure staffing at the new station, but it's also raising that bar where I showed you that average of 12. Now I'm pushing that average up towards 13. So 8 gets us started. Working with the volunteers, and then you'll be seeing us in out years. Those 8 eventually will need leave, and they'll get sick and whatnot, so we'll be adding for leave coverage in an outline budget. These folks will start towards the end of the fiscal year, so we can get them on board, and then they'll be trained and when the station opens. So there's not a big cost in fiscal year 20. You'll see the big impact on 21. So just other things going on within EMS, just keep you posted. We're working very closely with the Rescue Squad Foundation with a marketing partnership. You've got an event coming up with that. We're going to unveil a little bit of that. And we think that's going to really show some fruit for growing the service as far as bringing in more people. We've got our community paramedic program. We added a position, thank you, last year. We're nibbling around the edges of a lot of different things, but I'm not ready to declare victory on that yet as far as a major impact. But we've got some pretty exciting things going on that you'll see some briefings on later. The biggest one, my biggest concern area is we're really focused on making sure that we got the same level of training, career volunteer, fire, police, and we've dedicated a lot of resources to that and are going to be continuing to talk about how do we meet the challenges of today. We have over 500 folks, career and volunteer, who can provide advanced life support, who can start an IV. And those folks need a lot of training support, and we're committed to that, and also all the rest of the partners. So if we need to teach police officers how to put on tourniquets, do CPR, we're in there doing that. And with our new center, lots happening there. And obviously, a lot of volunteer appreciation activities, watch for flyers. We're doing something about every other month, we're focusing kind of open house of the squad at the EMS admin office. So you're welcome to come by anytime, have a cupcake or snow cone or free lunch, whatever we've got set up. But we're doing a lot more activities for the volunteers. And with that, that's EMS in a very brief nutshell.
Okay, any questions? Yeah, Barbara.
I'll just monopolize. John's not here, so I can ask.
Yes, ma'am.
questions today. I'll tell him I said that. The Southern.
Yes, ma'am.
Now with this deal where they run all over the city, I'm kind of hearing that once it gets up in this part of the city, it doesn't get back down there too soon.
We're working on that. What you're talking about is automatic vehicle locator dispatching, and it's sending the closest unit. And a lot of times there'll be a call up here at the courthouse or something that may be the closest ambulance. We're working with the supervisors to identify when it's not absolutely needed for another call. Let's let them run silent, run deep, and get back into that area. So
when I have somebody who says I had a heart attack and the ambulance wasn't here, it was up in the other part of the city, I have a hard time explaining that.
Sure, but it could have been. It's I'd have to look case by case basis. It could have been a call at their neighbors that they were up here for that too. So we've really upstaffed though in the southern stations considerably in the past year and a half. There's always somebody at Creeds or Blackwater, and we've consistently been keeping a paramedic crew down there, 2 folks, really for the past year and a half.
Okay, we'll talk. Because at some point there, I was getting we were getting a pretty good accounting of, you know, what the staffing was and so forth. And
We can provide you that. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd like to get that again.
Okay.
See how it's doing.
Sure.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Thanks, Ed. Next, we have the fire department, Chief Hutchison and team. You don't look like Chief Hutchison. He's taller than I am. He's taller than you.
What did you say?
Hey, Hutch.
He doesn't look like him.
How's it going?
They're waiting to time me. As soon as I start talking, my guys are going to time me and say,
Ready to
"Oh,
time.
yeah."
Clock's
All right,
ticking,
yeah.
Dave.
Okay, here's the group. Hello, everybody. I've got Vance, Jack, and Jen. And Jen is definitely the brains of the organization. She's our budget woman that handles it all and gets it all in one package and does very well at it. Thank you. All right, fire department. Just a couple general stats. We start off with 500, almost 540 employees now. The budget is just at $55 million. And then, as y'all know, we have the FEMA USAR team. It's its own separate entity. It's about $1.3 million that we get in a grant. That's a grant. I believe it's one of the city's longest running grants, right, Vance? Yeah. So then we go into training and planning. We have a lot of, as we said earlier, I think today when we were in here, when the DCM was given his presentation earlier today, training is a huge part of what everybody in the ERS part of our world does. I'm very proud to say that Deputy Chief Ramsey, who's skiing right now, is not here with his son for spring break. He had worked very closely with the police department, and we just did our active shooter exercise that went very well. It was a wonderful, well-planned, long event that came off really well. We also have the Regional Fire Training Center, as y'all know, on Bird Neck Road. A lot of you have been there. That's used by everybody in the region, and they help pay for that, which is a good thing. The conference, I just wanted to hit this. We've never really talked about it before. I know that you spoke. A lot of you have been there and seen the floor and all, but we do have over 2,000 attendees now, so it's moving into a little bit of a larger tier for February, and then it's 1,000 room nights. So we're pretty good. I'm the co-chair along with the District Chief Lazinski, so we train firefighters all over the Commonwealth for that, so I'm pretty happy about it. Our response, obviously, you know that we have lots of that's our bread and butter. That's the main thing that we do. We have operations, structural, then we go into the vehicle extrication, the emergency medical services. One thing that I just wanted to say is that we are proud is that we have 140 plus ALS providers as well out of our 500 firefighters. We're all EMTs, and like Vance likes to say, we're like a third between EMT, I or the middle or A, and then medic. So it's a pretty good spread, but we do have 140. Obviously we're all hazards now. DCM Cover said as many times. We handle hazard materials, anything that's kind of wonky, we're going to be involved. So Marine, I point this picture out, as y'all know, some of us, that's James Ramsey. That's our District Chief of Ops. He believes in leading from the front. We had some grumblings from some of our ladder companies. That's February. So that's the water, yes ma'am. And we had some grumblings from some of the guys, hey, it's a little cold to be going out in that water. So on the training day for the trainers, James was the very first one, and all he did was take his white shirt off and put a T-shirt on. He's in what I'm wearing right now. And he was the first one in, and you can see the captain, his hair is pretty great too. So 2 of those guys, we didn't hear any more grumblings after that point, and the training went off very well. So we're proud of that. But you can see we've got lots going on. Next would be mitigation. Obviously, the fire marshal's office, we kind of talked about that a little bit for something in the water. They're very busy. There's over 13,000 businesses a year get to all of them in 1 year, but we try very hard. Life safety education, I think that's very important. We are super fortunate that councils now and before you have supported us. We have the #1 life safety education in the country, and you could probably get to say the world. Frisco, Texas is another one that's very big, but we have 5 dedicated individuals, and I do mean dedicated. They get to the K through 3rd to 4th grade. The summer camps, they do all kinds of stuff. Smoke detectors in one of our mobile home parks they just installed, along with the fire companies that do it together, smoke detector blitz. 60 smoke detectors were just put up in them. Special events, you know, we've talked enough about special events. Everybody knows what we do. Restoration, we really do take that to heart to try to get the families taken care of, you know, with whether it's getting V&G back hooked up or the Red Cross, we constantly use them to get families put up or work with, if it's a multifamily, to get them into an apartment that's adjacent that may be empty. So we do a lot of stuff to get your citizens and our citizens back into their houses or their businesses to work to get it cleaned out and get it ready, get it back inspected and get it back into so paying revenue. Community outreach, one of the ones that I thought you might be interested in, we started this last year with the food bank. We partnered with them. We have donated over 10.5 thousand. I'm not even going to try to say it. Y'all see what I'm looking at there. But it's a lot of food that we've donated. Every fire station is a drop-off spot. And then every once in a while, our PIO, Art Con, will send out a blitz, and it keeps it on the forefront for getting people to drop off food. And that's all year, not just at Thanksgiving and stuff. So I'm very proud of that. Surf Rescue, the elderly, the fire and fall prevention program. And we work with Ms. Henley down at the center a lot to help with things there. So we're constantly doing different things. Another one that I thought you might not know about is the Fire Cadet Program. We're very proud that some of the young people that have gone through that have gone on to now be firefighters. Newport News, Chesapeake, so we're very happy for that. And I talked about the smoke detector stuff already. This is the money. I'm not going to spend much time on it. It's almost 90% is personnel, and the rest is the add-ons. This is the one that I wanted to talk to you about real quick and to give a real shout out to Jen for how she's handled this. Jen has gone through, and her group, I shouldn't say just Jen, but Jen and her group have gone through meticulously through all of our PCNs and gotten them to where they belong. Jack is in admin and budget, and I like to tell him he's going to be there at least another year, but as he came out of operations and he hadn't been moved, his PCN hadn't been moved. He was moved, but not the PCN. So she cleaned all that up for us. As you see, there's a lot of, in the last column, negative, 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 and then operations is a little bigger. But with that, that's mostly Burton Station. That $890,000 in the lower right-hand corner is pretty much all Burton Station, as well as the one account clerk that we were given. So just if you had any wonder why our numbers are a little bit off there with all the negatives and stuff. Next, we kind of talked about Burton Station as far as all the firefighters that we've been given in the past. But then after we get in, the next year we'll have the ladder coming online. That'll give us a total of 30 firefighters there in the 2021 budget by the time we're done with that. I just talked about the civilian account clerk position. We really appreciate that, and thanks to Management Services and Jesse especially, is that he was telling us that we're the largest department with the smallest account clerk group, right, Jesse? Does that sound right? Yeah. No. So we're happy to get a second person. We have over 500 personnel, and that we are going to finally get a second one. So we appreciate that. So some of the stuff we're working through right now, the initiatives underway with the expansion of our automatic aid. I thought you'd find this interesting. Basically, the whole western side of our city is now covered under auto aid, from Carolina up through the bay. We have Norfolk, Chesapeake, everybody. We run auto aid with them now. So it gets our trucks going to them and theirs coming to us. So that if you're in that jurisdiction, that's along the border, military highway, all the way down. If you could draw a line through there, we run auto aid a lot faster than we used to. It's getting better as the CADs come up online and stuff. It'll get even smoother with that. So, but I thought that was something to mention. We brought on the wellness initiative, so we've implemented a tactical trainer position that is going to be working with police, fire, and EMS as far as helping with incumbents and the training and all that to hopefully decrease our injuries and work with them. So we're really happy to have him. He's just started, so we're happy to have him. A couple things that I did want to hit on is that we're obviously trying for the 4-person staffing as best we can. We still have 7 engines and 7 ladders that aren't, and that we did put engine 16 in to get to a 4th person, but it wasn't a move forward this year. But I just want to let you know that that's one of the issues that we're trying to work on. Thing that I think we're very proud of is, and that y'all made it happen in short order last year, was the Fort Story Fire Station. It has worked wonderfully. It's up and running. They are working together very well, training hard. We had a fire on 57th Street the other night that was handled. That both engines were there and working. So it's a wonderful initiative that's led to some possible other land use that may come out of that. And Admiral was so thrilled with it that she's kind of presenting some more land to us to possibly use. So I think that's terrific. Next, I just wanted to talk about that as far as we were saying the 4-person staffing. This is the fire over off of Spartan, right over by Company 7 Town Center for us. This one was the one where our Company 7 crew, the engine, the rescue, and the ladder all showed up relatively quickly. 2 of them have 4-person staffing. There were 3 children trapped in this house, in this mobile home. The part that I really want to hit on here, and I told Jonathan and Jada this when they walked out, is that from the time EMS, when they called in, the dispatchers, it was handled so well, because we know when there's something is real. It's easy. And this one they did. But from the 911, from the dispatchers to the PD on scene, the one gentleman jumped in the house, pulled him out, handed him off to a police officer. The police officers run down the street. Ed's EMS arrives. Our engines are arriving. The ambulance pulls up. One jumps in the back. A firefighter jumps in the back. It drives, goes straight. They're gone. Like 40-some seconds we're on scene that they've got the first person out. Then our firefighter goes in this far left window here, does a search, finds 2 children, hands one out, gets the other one, it flashes. An officer, a firefighter, everybody's running down the street get them to the ambulance, CPR in progress. You just couldn't get any more than this call about the whole ERS system and how it worked. I'm just very proud of this. And then this picture here, I think, says it all, is that this is 90 days. 90 days. They were all 3 in Boston at the Burn Foundation. 2 of them were clinically dead when this all went down. They were brought back, and then now in 90 days they're all back because of our system is how well it worked. So I just was really thrilled. They were at the station, and we've done lots of stuff with them, and obviously it'll be lifelong for that part. And it makes everything worth it. The last thing I would just say is, and stealing it from the DCM over there, is that he's always said that you'd much rather have stallions than nags, because you'd rather have to just try to hold them and get them where you want them to go than have to pull them along. Well, I feel like really we have 500 of them. That's how we are. It's a lot of stallions. With that, they're very educated, and at times they speak their mind. I've asked them very much so to be very polite when they speak to you and have their facts, so that we're not doing things that are unfactual. And so I hope that they've voiced their concerns, and I know we're all working as a team to try to make that better. And I just appreciate your time. So, any questions?
Questions?
Yes, ma'am. I was
About
ready
time
for
you
that
spoke
one.
up, Miss
I had you
Henley.
on
We've
something
been
in the
waiting.
water. When that came up about the railing at something in the water, I was ready.
Something else that
Yes.
came into my mind that maybe you all haven't been approached yet, but
Yes,
you
ma'am.
probably will be. I had an email this week from Public Works, because when the Punga Ferry Bridge project is that repair project, which
Yes.
will be done during this coming year,
Yes.
the bridge will have to be closed for
Yep.
10 consecutive weekends.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, they said, when are the best 10 consecutive weekends?
That's, yeah, the best time for it to rain, right?
No, but I can't imagine
Yeah.
Blackwater being completely separated from the city for 10
No.
weekends.
No.
And that's gonna be a big issue
Yeah.
for all of the
It will.
public safety folks, and I
Yeah.
hope y'all will,
Yep, we will absolutely get on top of that and,
because
yeah.
that's gonna be,
Yep.
well, at least with Chesapeake, I guess,
Yep.
does that work
Yes.
with,
Oh, yeah.
work with the police?
Yes,
or
ma'am.
does it?
All the way.
I mean, Blackwater, you know, I know that they do the.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we will definitely make the upstaffing that's necessary to make sure we got the proper emergency response team down there. Yep, no problem. And you've helped with the water. I mean, you know, we brought the extra tanker down there and everything else, so that part we're pretty golden. But we'll make sure we're fully staffed and be prepared.
Yeah, and then, of course, now's that time of year when the south winds blow.
Yes, ma'am.
We wind up with all these closed roads.
Yep,
It's a little
yep.
concerning, so.
Yeah, and I hope you see that we are really trying to stay on that, working with Mark Johnson and them as far as that. If we get any idea that that's happening, we're fully prepared to staff the high water vehicles and sending out the brush trucks to check on people. We that's a pretty constant thing now. Okay? Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else? Thank you very much. Most
All right.
appreciated.
Thank you. Yep.
Thanks, Jen, Vance, Jack, see ya. And our last operational budget briefing today is Chief Severe. And team.
And team.
Billy.
Thank you. I'd introduce everyone, but I think you know the deputy chiefs and Fran Emerson rather well. We are we're going to go straight to page 7 in your handout. That'll be the 7th slide that we're going to go straight to. You know, the previous to that, the numbers are the numbers. We know what they are. We did have some reductions. I want to highlight those. Our helicopter unit budget was reduced in response to expected reductions in maintenance and training needs because we did purchase a new helicopter. Operations Division funding for the body-worn cameras has been reduced due to the fact that we had a carryover on our grant funding from the prior year's budget. And the third thing, which is in our reduction, is Mounted Patrol had a decrease in their budget because we have a new vendor pricing for removal of the compost that the horses leave at the end of the day. We were able to civilianize a couple of positions, mainly in our planning and analysis and our crime analysis unit. What we are going to do is take the positions which are sworn officers, we're going to civilianize those, we're going to move those sworn officers back into the field. Fran and her team put together an excellent proposal for this. We're going to put together our crime analysts and our planning and analysis, put that unit together so it'll work for us on what we want to consider a real-time crime center. And not only that, but they're the folks that also do the long-term planning for us. As you know, when the manager, the deputy city manager needs, we get this information instantaneously due to our crime analysts and our analysis section. Animal Care and Adoption Center, we've been given 2 new positions, one for a caretaker and one for a clerk. You know, that attracts a lot of attention, Animal Care and Adoption Center. And our citizens are pretty vocal. We also have to go back to when Lyndon Rameus and his team went to the Animal Care Adoption Center, did an audit, and they made some recommendations, 2 of which are these positions which will be coming to us. We will also have a safety engineer this year. Policing is a contact sport. We know that. Things are going to happen in the field. What we are going to have is a safety engineer to review all injuries that we have to try and come up with ways where maybe we could reduce some of the injuries, especially in the training environment. And for the future, we are eventually going to ask for a second position for that, which would be for a wellness officer to handle the emotional end of this job. This is not an easy job after you've done it for a number of years. And the trend around the country is to look at how do we keep our officers emotionally and mentally well taken care of. And I think after 42 years in this position or in this job, I can tell you that there is a lot of issues that a police officer has to deal with, then go home at the end of the shift and worry about the other things that we have to worry about, the washing machine not working, so on and so forth. We'll have 1.8 full-time employees for the stop arm camera. That's in conjunction with the Virginia Beach City Public Schools. They will pay for those positions. They will pay for those positions out of the funding from the program. Again, this is just like the red light cameras, and it's just like the burglar alarms. We do not go into this business for profit, but as the funding comes in from the fines, we'll take those to pay for the 2 folks who will work in that unit. Let's go to the next one. I want you to know something. When I sat in when the sheriff gave his presentation, we did not collaborate on this. It just happened because both agencies are very in tune to crisis intervention. You know, we have partnered with Human Services. We have a new initiative called the Mobile Co-Responder Team. What we did was we take police officers and we take clinicians, we put them together. They work the same shift. In the vehicle, they go to the cases to instantaneously begin to give services to the individual who's suffering from some kind of mental issue. It's happened. It has been so successful that we are now doubling our efforts. We are going to have 2 clinicians, 2 police officers. We're going to cover this 7 days a week. We're doing this with existing budget resources that we have now. We hope to, again, continue this in the future and expand upon the model that we've now made. The second thing that we're going to do with this is we're going to look at the 64,000 veterans who live in our city. Some of the veterans have the same issues or enhanced issues, PTSD, that citizens have. And what we find is, while the VA hospital has been very open and very amenable to these issues, sometimes we get caught in a bureaucratic maze, as we know government can be. And what we're now doing is reaching out to the VA to say, can we get some instantaneous contacts? Not that they have to ride with us and work with us, but when we need that phone call, can we have that instantaneous contact? So we're going to continue to head in this direction with our partnership, CIT partnership, because as you know, when we come involved with these individuals, we do not have to send them to the correctional facility. So the Sheriff's Department is inundated with enough mental health issues. We try to divert those from the criminal justice system into the mental health system. Body-worn cameras. We are in our second phase of body-worn cameras. I want to give a shout out to our teams that have put this together. Deputy Chief Zucchello recently went to a national summit on body-worn cameras up in George Mason University, and he was chosen to be on one of the panels to talk about our system and how we have successfully implemented our system because we took our time, and even though there was a lot of pressure to get the cameras out in the field, we deliberately took our time and methodically approached the issue, and we have what is now a model for a lot of places around the country. And I want to give a big shout out for that because even though we're hitting a little bumps in the road, we're making some adjustments as we go along. We're not hitting those major issues that other agencies have come across. We've talked about this, the success that we're having with our workforce development program, which is morphing into the professional development program. 72 officers received their PO2 career progressions. 1 officer qualified, but he decided to resign and move on to other opportunities. 9 officers will receive their career progressions on 6/20, 1 more officer in September. 6 officers elected to go straight to the MPO program. Again, this is a phenomenal program. It's going to capture the attention of the younger officers on our department. We're going to be able to give them a path to follow. We know that our colleagues in fire already are up and running with implementing the same program. And like I said earlier, we will assist the Sheriff's Department in replicating the program in the Sheriff's Department. We think it's another one of those think outside the box models. And what we really like is this is another way to professionalize policing in the 21st century.
Okay, any questions for the chief? Jim?
So, just because I get this question a lot, did you guys ever find that big cat?
The big cat.
On Shore Drive?
We're still looking, sir. We
have the cat patrol. I know you
Pass out of the bag.
They haven't found him yet?
No, sir.
Okay.
But if we do it and it has a leash on it, I will let you know.
No, I don't want it, I'm just saying, people are asking.
Rosemary.
So your false alarm program,
Yes, ma'am.
a few years ago, how is that working?
It is doing, our revenue from the false alarm program is coming down, just like it is for the red light program
There's less people.
on false alarms. Also, that means that our officers are responding to less calls for service. I believe we're down about 6,000 to 7,000 false burglar alarm calls from when we first started the program. So that saves us time, it saves us energy. Most of our citizens are very open to the program. They do register, and to be very honest, the folks who are administering the program understand that sometimes it's not the citizens' issue. It could be something else that happened. Just to give you an example, we had a small restaurant open up, and I think they had in the first month 15 false alarms. It was a small little Mexican restaurant, and that we would have bankrupted them at the end of the month. So the officers went out and sat down with the owners as well as with the false alarm company, and they worked out a great program. We have not been called back since.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for
Yes,
all
sir.
you do.
Fran,
Okay.
Tony, Pat, Billy, thank you. Chief, great briefer.
Oh, we get there.
Okay, at this point, council comments, anybody? Okay, let's move on to the consent agenda.
Okay, under ordinances and resolutions, anybody have any issues with any of these items?
All right, where am I?
Okay, under planning, Clear Creek Holdings LLC, from R10 residential to I1 light industrial to conditional I1 light industrial, off South Bird Neck Road, Carissa Court, constructing 3 buildings for industrial office warehouse unit, District 6. No.
Don't have any signed up yet.
Are you speaking on this, Mr. Jackson? So we have a speaker.
Clear Creek.
Clear Creek. So you're in support? Okay. So,
I do not have speakers signed up at this point.
no speakers.
There will be some here, but I don't think they'll be here till 6.
All right, so you want to hear it then?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Princess Anne Hotel LLC, City of Virginia Beach, conditional from B2 Community Business, conditional B4 Mixed Use, northeast corner of Princess Anne Road, Community College Place, construction of a hotel, Centerville. Good? Emmanuel Protestant Episcopal Church for modification of conditions, Ray Child Care Education Center within a religious use, 5181 Singleton Way, Kempsville. Everybody okay with that one? North Landing Beach RV Resort and Cottages, Virginia Beach LLC for modification of conditions regarding constructing 2 community piers at 161 Princess Anne Road, Princess Anne.
I've had no complaints.
ENW Tattooing LLC and Capital Financing for conditional use permit regarding a tattoo parlor at 172 South Plaza Trail, District 6 Beach.
Yes, go ahead.
Norfolk, Virginia Beach Airport Incorporated for conditional use permit regarding bulk storage yard at the vacant parcel on the west side of Miller Store Road, Bayside. B&L Investment Group LLC for conditional use permit regarding motor vehicle sales at 202 South Newtown Road, Kempsville. Okay? Pleasure House Brewing LLC and Weathersby Property for conditional use, Ray Craft Brewing and Open Air Market at 2032 Pleasure House Road in the Bayside District.
Got any speakers on that?
No, sir, not signed up.
You good? All right, Mr. Wood.
Okay, at this point, we're going to go into closed session, and then we'll take a 5-minute break right after. Fair enough?
Comments first.
As you wish.
Okay. The chair will entertain a motion to recess into a closed session pursuant to the exemptions from the open meeting allowed by Section 2.2, 3711A Code of Virginia as amended for the following purpose. Legal matters, consultation with legal counseling and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation where such consultation or briefing in an open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body, and consultation with legal counsel employed by or retained by the public body retaining specific legal matters requiring provision of legal advice by such counsel pursuant to Section 2.2, 3711A7. 1, Mid-Atlantic Arena LLC versus City of Virginia Beach. 2, Clear Creek Holdings LLC. Personnel matters, discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of any public body pursuant to Section 2.2, 3711A1, council appointments, council boards, commissions, committees, authorities, agencies, and appointees. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Conley?
Aye.
ADHD.
Ms. Abbott is absent. Mr. Rouse?
Aye.
Ms. Wooten?
Aye.
Ms. Wilson? Aye. Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
7-0.
Okay, how about a 5-minute recess?
Literally getting ready to push.